Welcome everyone to our city council meeting today of Tuesday, June the 23rd. As we typically do, we start with our in-camera meeting where we're going to go behind closed doors as required by the Municipal Act. And then in a couple hours at 4 p.m. we're going to resume in open session. So to go in camera, I need a motion of council to do just that. Motion by Councilor Newestag, second by Councilor Pietrangelo. There's no discussion of that. Call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. And we are now going to go in camera. We'll see you back at 4 p.m. Of Tuesday. What did I do? It was on.
I think Bill helped you out on that one.
No? Oh,
I
did?
helped him out on
Oh,
that
you did? Okay, okay. Are we gonna start all over again? Another countdown, or are we
No,
good to go?
No.
All right.
You're gonna go and live with that on T.
Oh, see? Look at
Live with
that.
that on T.
All right, well, everybody, this will be part of our next blooper reel, so enjoy. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, June the 23rd. We just concluded our in-camera meeting where we have to discuss things behind closed doors as per the Municipal Act. And now we're back in open session for a regularly scheduled meeting. So I'd like to thank everybody for coming today. And we are going to start the meeting off the traditional way with the singing of O Canada. But just before we do, I'd like to introduce our two singers. I was just talking with them a few minutes ago. So we've got brother and sister. We've got Belan and Mateo Villegas. Did I get that right? Villegas. Okay, well, close. Second blooper for tonight already. It's going to be a long night, everybody. So Belan is 9, Mateo's 11. Is that right? Okay, we got something right. Good. And they're both musicians. They both play a number of different instruments, including piano, recorder, violin. Have I got a couple of them right? Yes, okay. They're giving me disapproving looks, so but that's okay. They sing during live performances at Christmas, also for special events. They're students at Notre Dame Catholic Elementary School, same school my kids went to, so we're excited that you guys are here. So ladies and gentlemen, if you stand if you can, and let's enjoy the singing of Belan and Mateo to sing O Canada. Whenever you guys are ready.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
All right.
They were blooper free.
What's that?
And they were blooper free.
And they were blooper free. And Belan and Mateo, I want to thank you. You did a great job. I know you guys were nervous coming in here, and you still pulled it off. You followed through, and you made us proud. So on behalf of all of us, great job. Continued success with all your music. Thank you very, very much. Great job, guys. Great job. They brought their lyrics, backup lyrics, just in case. But they never needed them, so that's a good thing. Okay, moving along. Next is the land acknowledgement. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Michelle Elise Burnett, who's Bear Clan, Thunderbird Clan, and Métis, to join us to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Annie. Hi, Annie, bonjour. Nawi kapo Nadijnakas, Makwadodam, Nimkidodam, Nagardonjaba, Mix European Anishinaabe Kwayandao. My spirit name is She Who Is in the Center. My French-English name is Michelle Elise Burnett. I am an artist, curator, producer, and storyteller of mixed Indigenous and European ancestry with Nipissing Algonquin roots. In my teachings, we are reminded that every decision that we make, we must consider the impacts it will have on the next 7 generations. We strive for Mino Bimatsawin, to live a good life, one that seeks balance with all life forces, and a life that truly matters. It means leading from the heart, seeing, listening, feeling, speaking, and acting with good intentions, and never for self-serving reasons. Ichimanatu, the Creator, gave all creation gifts to share with one another, and with those gifts come responsibilities. The first is gratitude. Let's give gratitude for the life-sustaining gifts that Mother Earth provides. She is our greatest teacher, demonstrating generosity each day, without ever asking anything in return. We as human beings must learn from our older and wiser relatives. We must remember that our very existence is supported by their gifts. And by thanking each life-sustaining force, one becomes tied to each of the forces of the natural world. It also reminds us that what is done to one part of the web of life has repercussions on all life forms, including ourselves. When we carry this understanding into our workplace, our homes, and our daily choices, we are actively caring for the next 7 generations with love, generosity, and gratitude. Chi-miigwech.
Thank you, Michelle Elise. Next on the agenda are the adoption of the minutes from the June 2nd meeting. Do I have a motion, Councillor Lococo? Second by Councillor Strange. If there's no discussion to the minutes, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Next up, disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures, any conflicts? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to everybody's favorite part of the meeting, which is the mayor's reports and announcements. Starting off, we'd like to offer our sympathy to the families of Glenn Cavisto, father of Brian Cavisto, and Craig Cavisto, and father-in-law of Ronnie K. Cavisto from Fire Services. Also, Joe DeSantis, the owner and operator of Provincial Construction and long-standing heavy construction contractors here in Niagara Falls. Provincial Construction is the company that's currently working on Willoughby Road, part of our Operation Smooth Roads in the city of Niagara Falls. So we have different events and announcements, and some of them will draw your attention to the screens. So I got back last week from a trip to both Turkey and Bulgaria, and I'll give you a quick summary here. It was an incredible opportunity to share Niagara Falls with the world and learn about travel with Michael Werchala from our Economic Development Department to both Turkey and Bulgaria. The invitation was received from both the Bulgarian and Turkish consulates and consul generals, and the purpose was to help strengthen bilateral relations, explore new investment, economic and collaborative opportunities, as well as promote the city of Niagara Falls. In Turkey, we had meetings with the president and chairman of the board of Turkish Enterprise Business Confederation. That is basically their chamber of commerce. Turkey, their largest independent, that's their largest independent business organization. We met with the vice president of the Istanbul Chamber of Commerce. They're the second largest chamber of commerce in the world with 860,000 members.
The bird is right in the picture.
Yes, yeah, we got a bird in the picture. Do you notice that bird in the picture? That's all it takes to amuse our counselors.
Take it again.
We had to wait till he circled one more time, so we got him. The Istanbul Chamber of Commerce is very interested in new markets for their members. Their chairman wants to visit Niagara Falls when he's in Canada the next time. And as I said, second largest chamber in the world. Istanbul's got 20 million people and a lot of interest. They are the most Western Muslim country, and it's the gateway for Russia. A very interesting historic place. Used to be called Constantinople. The Russians were there one time. They built the cisterns. Very interesting historic place. So they're very interested in exploring Canada as a market. They're interested in starting partnerships. We also met with the board of Turksab. That's their Association of Turkish Travel Agencies. And it's also the second largest travel association in the world, the first being in the USA. Then we were in Bulgaria. So 3 days in Turkey, 3 days in Bulgaria. We met with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Deputy Minister of Tourism, at the Ministry of Tourism, and also the Deputy Mayor of Sofia, which is their main city, in an area of culture and tourism. I also did an interview on national TV, which in Bulgaria, it's a pretty big deal, goes to all their houses. So we talked around Niagara Falls, the Bulgarian bilateral relations. We have a very big Bulgarian community here, municipal diplomacy and cultural exchanges, future collaboration with the city of Niagara Falls and Bulgarian institutions. They're very well known for their education and their entrepreneurs. And they discussed tourism development strategies, as well as cultural tourism and international events. We also had meetings with the Chamber of Commerce in Bulgaria, and same thing around economic collaboration, investment, and collaborative opportunities. We're grateful the entire trip was paid for by our hosts, and we're grateful to share Niagara Falls with them and take a little bit of their countries back here to Niagara Falls. I'd also like to thank our crossing guards. We had crossing guard appreciation event at the Exchange, and there you can see Steve is the gentleman who runs things, the tall guy, and we are recognizing a number of crossing guards for many years of service. So sometimes it's a tough job. It's the weather, doesn't matter if it's snowing or raining or hot. They're always out there making sure the kids are getting safely across the streets. We also had the Niagara Canada International Film Festival, took place at the Greg Fruin Theatre. So thankful to Gordon Soul and all of his team for bringing all these great movies here to Niagara Falls for exposure. Waterfall Folklore Festival took place at Club Italia, and that was the Bulgarian event 2 nights before I took off on our trip. And there you can see 500 Bulgarians at Club Italia doing all their traditional dances, and it was a nice way to get me ready for traveling to Bulgaria. Niagara Ribstock took place this past weekend at Fireman's Park, and I know that a number of counselors were there. So who was all there, you guys? How many people? Councillor Lococo, Dabrowski, anyone else here? No? So anyway, grateful for everybody making the trip out. They are going to make an announcement, but they raised a lot of money for local charities. They raised money for Boys and Girls Club, Pastone Mental Health, and Project Share. And I know that Jay Robitaille, who ran the event, was very proud of the success, and they're going to be making an announcement for some nice donations they're giving to local charities. We also had this weekend Flow Fest, which took place at the Exchange. And that's where, jumped over one. Let's back up. I'm sorry. Worship in the Wild was Jesus Festival, took place next to the convention center. And did we have the other shirt? I'm going to tell my dad. Was that other picture there too, or no, just that one? Okay. So anyway, we're grateful. It's a picture of Jesus says, I'm going to tell my dad. So it was one of those kind of funny ones for Father's Day weekend. So anyway, I was happy to bring greetings at Jesus Fest. Also, then we had Flow Fest at the Exchange, which is where we have an opportunity to sample some great local breweries right here at our city facility, a second annual event and a big success. So I want to thank city councilors for representing myself and the city at a number of events. Obviously, I can't be all, and there's another, back that up. There was Flow Fest. Look at the crowds for Flow Fest. Just the second year, booming success, and that's a Made in Niagara Falls event, and we're really happy for the hard work they did, and Counterpart for their involvement in bringing this together. So councilors often represent myself and the city at different events. So first I want to thank Councilor Dabrowski for representing the city at the Martha Cullimore Singing Competition. Do we have any picture of that one? No, we don't. Okay. So you guys got to send us... Yeah, well, apparently there's a video of him singing. That's what I want to get a hold of it. If anyone has it, please share it with us. We'd like to play it. So you guys, when you go to events, you got to send us in pictures so we can put them up here. Councillor Patel, representing the city at the Rotary Paul Harris Award evening. Also at the Kent School graduation and the Para Soccer National Team tryouts. Thank you, Councillor. Councillors Dabrowski and Patel representing the city at the certificate presentation to the Fire Chief for a Day event. Councillor Patel and Newestag representing the city at the Walker Annual Open House. Councillor Newestag representing the city at the Meadows of Dorchester Community Picnic, the grand opening of Craft Collective. Councillor Baldinelli representing the city at the Filipino Independence Day flag raising. We had some business milestones and events. Mancuso Chemicals turned 40 years, and it's amazing. We have some of these businesses in our backyard, and they are global. They supply companies around the world, and they're a Niagara Falls business. And there you see father on the right and son on the left. His dad's in his 80s, and he still shows up to work every day. And then the next picture, of course, is out front. They're in the industrial park down across from Rainland off of Stanley Avenue. Also, we had the grand opening of the Little Wedding Chapel on Lundy's Lane, where if you're not tying the knot at City Hall, it's another option for people to tie the knot. So congratulations to that latest opening. Flag raisings, we had Italian Heritage Month flag raising with Ambassador Alessandro Cattaneo, and that was in front of City Hall. It was a very exciting event as we invited a lot of people from around Niagara Falls to be a part of the festivities of celebrating Italian heritage. And that I got to thank our MP, Tony Baldinelli. He was able, in that picture you look at from the left is the mayor of Niagara Falls, New York, Robert Restaino, and myself, and then the ambassador, and then of course Tony Baldinelli. So he made the original connection so that we were able to have the Italian ambassador join us that day in front of City Hall. And coming up, Canada Day celebration right around the corner, folks, July 1st from noon until 8 p.m. at Fireman's Park. We're encouraging everybody to come out. We're going to have live music, interactive kids shows, food trucks, artisans, vendors, inflatables, kids crafts, cake, and much, much more. We're asking everyone to wear your best red and white Canada shirts and outfits. There will be paid parking on side, and all the paid parking will go to local charities. Free accessible shuttles are also available from various locations, and we're asking people to bring a non-perishable food donation for Project Share to the event. And for details and specifics on shuttles, go to niagarafalls.ca. Look forward to seeing everybody noon till 8 p.m. Fireman's Park. And our next council meeting will be Tuesday, July the 14th. So that concludes our announcements, with the exception of I do have a picture of a golf swing that I'd like to put up. I think Councillor Baldinelli, would you like to introduce this picture?
Why, certainly. Thank you, Mayor. We had an opportunity to participate, Eric and I, in a golf tournament at Legends, and on number 6, we were dead against a hurricane-force wind. And Eric pummeled one down there, and I didn't really think it reached the long drive contest marker out there. And then lo and behold, when we drove out there, he had surpassed it. And it was a big drive, and I'd just like to congratulate him. We didn't win at the end because there was a lot of young kids out there, but to put your name on that plaque is very good. And I'd like to say I witnessed it, and it was a beautiful high drop. And congratulations to Eric.
Yes, Mr. Nicol, yes. Yeah. Well, what do they say about good golfers? They got too much time in their hands? Is that what somebody said? So, Mr. Nicol, would you like to share with us the technique that you used to hit such a great drive?
Close your eyes and hope for the best.
That's what I use too. So thank you for supplying the picture, Councilor Bell. And it was pointed out to me that I've already had our third blooper of the day. It was the Romans who built the cisterns in Turkey, not the Russians. So my apology if I offended anybody, but that's third blooper and counting. Our CA was kind enough to count, so thank you for doing that. He is an accountant, so he's good at counting, so he's going to have to take his socks off to keep track of my bloopers today. So first up, we now move to, anyone following along with the agenda, is number 7 on the agenda, and this will be deputations and presentations. So now a reminder to all speakers, you have a maximum of 5 minutes. We ask you to try not repeat things. And the first presentation is going to be our City Climate Adaptation Implementation Plan. So we're going to ask Carrie Campbell, the manager of the Mayor and CAO's office and the Business Development offices, to introduce Shania Denal, our climate intern. And Shania is going to take us through a presentation of what she's been up to for the last little while. So as a joke, I call her Shania sometimes. And she never laughs, so we'll just call her Shania. She's smiling now. Yeah.
I have to.
Thanks, Mayor Jim, members of council, members of the public and staff. It's my pleasure to introduce Shania Denal today, who comes to us from Environmental Leadership Canada. She's been here on a 6-month internship. She's been involved in all things climate, specifically, as Mayor Jim mentioned, working on our climate change adaptation implementation plan and giving us a status as to where we're at with that. But she's done a lot more, and I don't want to take too much of her time because she's really got it down to her 5 minutes. So with no further ado, I'd like to thank Shania for all of her work this past 6 months, and please give her your ear for the next few minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. As Kerry mentioned, for the past 6 months, I've been supporting some of the climate-related initiatives, but also tracking the progress of the Climate Adaptation Implementation Plan. It's a bit of a mouthful. Sorry.
Not-
How do we do this?
All right.
Or just hit the button. Hit the button here.
Oh, which button?
No, doesn't count as a blooper.
Okay. So a bit of a background. The plan was first adopted in 2023, and it's organized over these 5 themes: so nature and biodiversity, infrastructure, health and well-being, economy and workers, and resilient governance. The tracking of the implementation of this plan is vital to ensure that climate considerations are continued to be integrated into new development, and it also shows great accountability to our residents. Today I'm just going to give you a brief overview, and the progress across the 5 themes do vary, but overall there's a lot of meaningful work being done. Okay. Oh no. So sorry.
Logan, can you help?
Okay, so the first theme, nature and biodiversity, focuses on strengthening our natural systems and our community resilience. As you can see by the bar at the top, the progress is steadily moving forward with a focus on our urban forest, expanding and protecting our urban forest. So our tree canopy currently sits at 30.5%, which is really great. It's actually above average compared to the other municipalities in the region. I had a lot of fun supporting our free tree giveaway last month, where we gave away 500 trees to Niagara Falls residents, all which were native. As an opportunity to expand while improving and expanding our tree canopy is important, it does take time for trees to grow and mature. That's why one of the actions from this theme that I recommend strengthening is incorporating low-impact design practices into new development. Another aspect of this is also educational outreach regarding protecting our natural environment. Especially with the younger generation. I was able to work with the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee while I've been here, and I think further utilising them and engaging with them in municipal decision making, not just climate, is great, as the decisions that you guys make today really impact further their future generations. Moving on. Infrastructure. So this focuses on protecting our built environment while also continuing to support growth and development. Progress is still emerging in this theme, but there is a lot of progress being made with climate being incorporated into new development. And one of the key progress is the continued electrification of the city's fleet. Not only does this reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but it also shows visible climate leadership to the community. A project from this theme that personally excites me is the Trails and Active Transportation Master Plan. I don't drive, so having a walkable city is really important. Not only does this reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but it also allows residents and visitors to really explore the city in a way that you can't do from a car. The biggest opportunity to expand here is developing a municipal green buildings guideline. It is mentioned in the community improvement plan, and while we do have brownfield and urban infill tax grants, having a clear green building guideline to ensure that future developments don't lock in any future climate risks is important. Next, health and well-being. So this focuses on protecting our residents from climate risks and also ensuring equitable access to resources and services. I think one of the key highlights from this theme is the city's continued support for emergency preparedness and access to cooling and heating centres during extreme weather. I think there is opportunity to expand public communication regarding emergency preparedness as well. During my time here, I had the opportunity to support the Unhoused Action Plan open house and also attend some of the Unhoused Action team meetings, which really reinforced the idea that building climate resilience and social planning are connected. Individuals experiencing housing insecurity are those that are the most disproportionately impacted by climate change. And so it's critical to make sure that climate considerations are also being integrated into social planning. Our population is really made up of a variety of groups, Indigenous populations, refugees and newcomers, tourists, international students, low income, so on. And it's really important that these groups are meaningfully engaged and reflected in the city's climate action. Another big action within this theme is also food security. This is obviously also public health, and a simple action to strengthen that could be supporting the city's community gardens and continuing collaboration with local organizations like Project Share. So next, economy and workers. This focuses on supporting businesses and workers as they adapt to our changing climate. One of the key takeaways from this was really how impressive the city's continued support for local businesses is. However, as extreme weather events become more frequent, workers and businesses, especially those working outside, will increasingly search for information and resources on how to adapt and become resilient to our changing climate. Therefore, expanding outreach with business-specific tips and working-specific tips is vital. Also, supporting green workforce development, so continuing to partnership with local educational institutions like the University of Niagara Falls and Niagara College is a great way to really start developing green jobs. And lastly, resilient governance. This focuses on climate considerations into decision-making and long-term planning. As you can see, this is the theme of the most progress made as climate is continually being considered into official city plans and also departmental plans. Another key progress is the securing of funding for climate-related projects and also just the continued support for staff and community engagement events. The biggest opportunity to expand, and I think the most important first step from all of these that I've said, is to strengthen coordination internally. A green team was established when the city's climate plan was made back in 2023, and I think utilizing that to strengthen implementation across the city is important. I was also able to create the Green Room page for staff in our internal intranet, and I would like to see that page utilized further in the future for a space to further educate staff and share resources. And lastly, another aspect of this is just visible climate action and public educational campaigns. I had the gracious opportunity to work at the McBain Community Centre during my time here, and I really saw how much of a hub it is for the city. It gets so many visitors, a variety of residents attend there, and I think it's a real ideal location to showcase sustainable initiatives, and therefore supporting the staff there and the Environmental Action Committee in delivering programs will help climate action in the city become more visible, accessible and community-driven. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to complete this internship and to present to you today. I've had a really meaningful experience here working in this such unique municipality, and I look forward to seeing how the sustainable initiatives grow over time as the city also grows. So thank you.
Thank you, Shania. Good job. Okay, we do have some questions, it looks like. We'll start off with Councillor Lococo, and then you, Estag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Shania. Thank you so much for the presentation. I've had an opportunity to speak with Shania on a few occasions. I think we're doing really well on what we're doing, and this project allowed her to track it so we could see where we are and what we need to do moving forward. There are a lot of opportunities. One of them that really popped out to me within this presentation and one further on our agenda is about the tree canopy. We always talk about having a tree canopy, and there's a private tree canopy and there's the public tree canopy. And one of the things that I'm learning more now is when you cut a tree down with a big canopy, that affects the canopy. So a lot of times we have development applications where we cut trees down and we say we replace them, but we replace them with little saplings that don't have a big tree canopy. So it's not just the number of trees that we're swapping out. We have to think about the tree canopy once we're cutting that down, and that really hit home with me with your presentation, so thank you for that. Regarding trees, again with the canopy is a tree bylaw. We've talked about that many times. It's in the further presentation, so I just wanted to put that out there because I have brought it up numerous times. There are benefits to it and there are some disadvantages, I do understand that, but that's something that we should look into. And then Shania was talking about the green team. We had an experience at the accessibility committee that Jay McLean has started an internal accessibility committee, because what we found was all of these departments were working in silos and accessibility became an afterthought. And the same thing with your green team is it's not an afterthought anymore. You have all of the departments working together and talking about green initiatives as part of the discussion, not after the discussion. So thank you so much for bringing that back to the forefront. Some of the topics in there, and I just, a few of them I'd like to talk about is permeable surfaces, very important within our own city things that we're doing, and then the developments that we're doing. Native species, sometimes we say they're native, but maybe they're not native to the Niagara area. They might be native to Canada, but we need to look at those. And working with developers to make some positive choices and impacts on our environment. And the health, and my last point is the health and well-being. You talked about preparedness. One time I brought up about we seem to have a plan for what to do when disaster strikes, but I don't think we've communicated that plan out to our residents. So when there's no power, there's nothing, what does a resident do? So I think through this plan we can work on that again, about letting our residents know what to do when there is a disaster. Sure, we have the plan, but if they don't know, we have residents sitting there not knowing what to do. And I think through this, we can tie it all together. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Newstag up next, and then Councillor Strang.
Thank you. A wonderful presentation and very informative. Actually, Councillor Lococo touched on one of the points I was going to bring up as well, about the different silos. So we have the Seniors Committee here today, and as you're talking about how do we make sure we communicate, perhaps that is something, and you mentioned the MIAC as well, that we can have a streamline of this committee focus through all of it. So rather than even just a separate committee, each one that's already out there to be able to touch upon it. Because this also affects seniors. And a question kind of relating to that, you talked about the number of cooling and space facilities for people. Where are they in the city? Do we have enough geographically to accommodate anyone in those extreme weather conditions?
Thank you for the question. I believe the Gale Centre, the McBain, the library are all cooling and warming centres. If that's enough, I'm not sure. I think the emergency preparedness team is probably better off answering that. But from what I've seen, I think it is enough to hold our population. But I do agree that the communications around that needs to be improved so people actually know where to go.
Yes, and especially when it comes to seniors as well, and whether we have them in the different ends of the city as well, like Chippewa, if we can do that. Just one final question. What would you say are the three major climate risks facing Niagara Falls?
I'd say extreme weather. As we've seen, we've just had a really long winter, which has really impacted our roads and our infrastructure. Invasive species, I'm sure the Forest Department will touch on that later, but it's really touching our urban forest, and we really want to protect that. And lastly, I would say air quality. I think this is such a car-dependent country and city, and as well with the forest fires that we'll see later on in the season, and we saw last year how that really infected our air quality. I think that should be something that needs to be addressed too. But thank you for the question.
And thank you very much for the work you've done. It's really something that needs to be highlighted for us, so
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strange.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Shania, and thank you, Carrie. I know you guys been working on this plan for about 3 years, meeting with stakeholders and different committees and even hoteliers and people from the park. So a lot of work's been put in this, and just great job. And we saw the presentation, and you looked at 41 goals spanning the massive themes of. Just wondering what would be your 3 actions that would roll out in the next 12 to 18 months.
Great question. I would say firstly is reconvening the Green Team. That it's made up of representatives from each department, and so I think really getting together and having discussion on what is viable regarding the actions is the most important first step. I think as the city continues to develop, I know that's a key priority, making sure that new developments are really integrating climate considerations is important. So, energy efficiency, green space, stormwater management, waste, all that stuff. And then I also think protecting our workers, the ones that work in the fields, and our small businesses, that's kind of the heart of the city, and really making sure that they are protected during these extreme weathers will protect our city, but also our economy, which I think is important. Thank you.
Thank you. And we mentioned the canopy, our tree canopy, and how does our city compare to the rest of the region?
So when I was looking at the canopies, the overall average of the region was 28%. Some of the higher ones were 31, 32, and we sat well above the average, so
above the
at
average.
30 points.
So now I can just give a little bit of shout out to our Environmental Action Committee.
Yes.
A lot of people know that we've been giving away trees for the last 4 years. So we've given away 2,000 trees. And to kind of put that in perspective, I'm going to go to our manager and Eric Nickel, if you can just tell us how long would it take our staff to plant 2,000 trees?
Yeah, through the mayor. That's more than a year's worth of work in our forestry department. We've been fortunate to have such great partnership, and we have city trees that we're planting as well. So that if that's the contribution from one private group, add that to the trees we're planting, and we're doing a sizable amount of work.
Yeah, 100%. And we're so glad we get to get sponsors to help and pay for these trees. And we give these trees away to Niagara Falls residents, and they get to put them on their own property. And anyone that has a tree are going to take care of the tree because they actually want the tree there. So it really helps our canopy. And I want to shout out to our Environmental Action Committee because they've just been doing an amazing job, and can imagine what we're going to be like in 10 years. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Councillor Patel.
Presentation and for your work on this report. Actually, Councillor Strange asked most of my questions, so I just have one more question. So our tree canopy is 30.5%. Is that a goal we are trying to achieve?
I believe they're still working on a goal to align with the region's goal, which I think is around 30%. But that will come up in the Forest Urban Management Plan, which is still underway. But I think right now it's still a pretty strong canopy, and anything more than that is really good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, if there's no further questions of council, we'll look for a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Newesteg, Councillor Lococo, second. All those in favor? That's unanimous. And I just want to say thank you, Shania. It's been great having you in our office. I know you've been working with your mentor, Carrie Campbell here, our manager, and excited that you're going to leave a legacy, and there'll be residual impact from the work that you did with us. And we wish you well with whatever next steps you take. So on behalf of all of us, thank you. Great job. Great having you here.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, we are now moving on to 7.2, delegation request from Matt Anthony Garashi This gentleman is planning a Guinness World Record event, and I'll let him explain what he's got in mind. Welcome.
Yeah, great to be here. Perfect. So first off, members of council, Mayor Jim Diodati, and everyone that's here in attendance, I've had this crazy, outlandish vision for the last 6 years to put Niagara Falls on the map by not just doing something small, but putting something on the world stage, which is the birth and the creation of the world's largest ugly sweater party. And over the last 9 years, I've hosted an ugly sweater party event in Grand Central and at Ruth's Chris, both in the tourism and the downtown district, ranging from having 500 to 600 people. And I believe that through the marketing efforts and through the ask that I'm going to be giving today, this won't be one of the smaller events that come out of here. This will be an event that will be cemented to put us on the world stage. So a little bit about me. I've been proud to have worked on over 97 events in the last 9 years. I'm proud to call Niagara my home and have consulted over 350 different business owners and have won multiple awards for my efforts. But nothing is as impressive as that, as to when I got called on the stage in front of The Price is Right, in front of 5,000 people, and I lost an all expenses paid vacation to Hawaii. So needless to say, it was, I got to hear the words "come on down," but my girlfriend wasn't too happy about that. But what is the goal? So the goal for this event is to solve 5 major problems for the city of Niagara Falls during the winter, during our off-season winter of tourism. So taking place on December 5th of this year at the Niagara Falls Convention Center, our goal with this event is to drive hotel stays and tourism, generate millions of views online, donate a portion of all the proceeds from the event to a strategic community partner. I've already been in conversations with Project Share, and they absolutely love the idea, to establish global recognition and to literally cement ourselves in the world record book with this. And last but certainly not least, and arguably the most important, this event is designed to drive economic impact during the winter season at a time where our city desperately needs it the most. And my ask today is to help get some funding and initiation to launch this as a globally recognized event brand. I'm here to ask for $185,000 from the municipal accommodation tax to launch this event brand for the next 5 to 10 years. This one-time initial investment will not just be for a one-and-done opportunity for cementing ourselves into the world record book. This will be a Kickstarter for us to have that funds to reinvest ourselves for years 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on and so forth. And I'll be paying myself a whopping total of $0 for this year in order to make this event happen. So as you can see here with our friends over at ChatGPT, this is exactly what the event would look like. Imagine yourself walking into a full immersive winter wonderland experience, and everyone's draped and covered in their most ugly sweaters. You can think of it as your best dressed or your worst dressed, depending on how you look at it, where people will be able to mix and mingle with celebrities, experience world-class entertainment, and most importantly, come together for a night that will leave people wanting to talk about this event for the years to come. So how this works. We're not reinventing the wheel here. We're taking a proven model that has been proven to work time and time again with our friends over in Buffalo with the world's largest disco, like Councillor Dabrowski has done with Niagara Falls Comic-Con, or with what any of the councillors have done when it comes to putting on different events. We're taking on a very strategic, niche, nostalgic marketing angle, and we're putting our own ugly twist on it. And what is the current world record? So after my conversations with the Guinness Book of World Records, the record stands at 3,473 people, and that is the current record to beat. We need to have at least 3,500 people in attendance in the building at the same time in order for the record to officially have been broken. And what's our event projections and economic impact? So based on our projections and the current marketing plan, we're expected to have 4,000 to 6,500 people attend the event, with 60 to 70% making majority of the audience people who are visiting Niagara Falls maybe for the very first time, or sometimes maybe they're daycationers from Toronto, Western New York, Hamilton, so on and so forth. And based on my TRIM report done with the Government of Ontario, if all is successful with this event, we will generate anywhere between $200,000 to $1 million plus of economic impact during this time on December 25th of this year. And as you can see in the notes that are laid out in front of you, there's the full cost breakdown of everything that maps out all of my costs with the Niagara Falls Convention Center, Guinness World Records, the various marketing expenditure, totaling a grand total of $169,298.82. Now, there's still some expenses that are not accounted for, so that's why I'm here to justify the ask of $185,000. So here's based on just a rough general admission as to what we would do for general admission, VIP, and hotel room bookings. The goal is to solidify ourselves and get a majority of the people to book hotel stays with us here in the city of Niagara Falls. These are just generalized numbers based on the event projections and the projected ticket pricing as to what we would go forward with. And the total event revenue that will be generated from this would be approximately $173,000 and counting, making that this event will technically operate, if someone were to invest this out of their own money, at a break even. So having that being said, they'll be taking me and my events team will be taking absolutely zero personal profit and utilizing this funding as a launch pad to reinvest into year 2, year 3, and so on and so forth. And that can be found outlined in your notes too as well. Because the biggest expenses when it comes to this event this year is going to be the Guinness Book of World Records, which is anywhere we're still finalizing the quote, but they said it's going to be anywhere between $30,000 to $40,000 Canadian for them to come out and adjudicate an event of this size. And as well as with the convention center, we'll be looking at costs about $30,000 to $35,000. That's making operational and just the judgment of the event about $75,000 in hard costs. That is not including anything to do with marketing. And I think that we can all agree when it comes to having a successful event, everything is about how you package it and how you market it these days. So that's why I'm here to justify for that ask of that said funding. And here is a list of personalized creators that I have a personal relationship that are all based here in Toronto all the way to Western New York. And combined on this list is 5.9 million combined followers of all of these people. There's no agent, there's no middleman that anyone has to go through. I have the direct relationship with each and every single one of them. And even if we can convert less than 0.5% of these people's followers to come in and join us at the event, we will be that much closer to breaking the world record, along with our other marketing efforts. And there's also creators on here that have not been listed as of yet. We'll reach these projections through doing various talk shows, my relationship with CHCH, The Morning Show. I also have a relationship with Global News, among other outlets. And here's our strategic target community partners, some of which I have already spoken to, like Niagara Falls Tourism, the University of Niagara Falls, Canada, Money Buys Happiness, which is Canada's largest podcast outlet that exists in our country, based in Toronto, and as well as the relationship that I've been able to cultivate with the Falls U Group for the last 10 years. And they have been more than gracious to say that we have their full and entire endorsement and support when it comes to putting on an event of this magnitude and of this scale. So again, reinforcing the ask as to what would be the biggest cost for this event, like I had said earlier about Guinness World Records and the cost for the convention center and all of our marketing. This is not a one-off event that we're looking to break the world record and cement ourselves. This is looking for us to expand and use as a launch pad for years going forward. I've also collected over 20 letters of endorsement for people who have said that they have personally endorsed me for the event, and some of them being from members of the board of Ontario Creates, as well as Canada's largest not-for-profit, Canada's Music Incubator, and Coalition Music, who represent the likes of Simple Plan, Our Lady Peace, and many others. So with that being said, Niagara, do you want to make history and put Niagara Falls on the map and become the global ugly sweater capital of the world? The choice is yours, and I'd love to do this with you. Thank you very much for your time.
Very good. Thank you very much. So wow, holy. We got clapping sessions today and everything. Yeah. So Matt Anthony, maybe we'll go to council and see if we've got some questions. I got Councillor Strange, and then we'll see if we got any other questions. And then Councillor Dabrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Matt, for that lovely presentation. I see Brad Pine dressed up early for the contest.
I think he did. Might have to win, yeah.
That's an insult.
No, how is that an insult?
I'm a Canadian, I apologize.
Anyway, so if you accomplish this next year, you want to be able to just roll it out every single year, the same
event concept.
The same.
Yep, same everything. So we'll cement ourselves into the world record this year by owning the title of world's largest ugly sweater party,
Yep.
and then we'll be able to host it again year after year with the attendance to get hopefully about 15 to 20% increase year after year. So it'll be world's largest ugly sweater party this year, world's largest ugly sweater party year 2, year 3, year 4. And run it until I can't run it again.
Perfect.
No more.
And this kind of leads into my next segue, because myself and Councillor Baldinelli have been trying to find out how much money we do have in the MAT fund. So maybe we can get a report back sooner or later. I don't know when that's going to come. So.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Strange. We'll go to Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, through you. Great energy. Nice presentation. It's a niche event. It's a novelty event, but it's a great event. I look back at the Buffalo's largest disco, started in 1994, drew 2,000 people in its first year, and it's gone on for 20, 25 plus years. It's raised millions of dollars for charities. It draws 7,000 people each year, sells out every year, and it's one of those tourism destination events. I see Niagara Falls as being known for the world's largest sweater party eventually, once we break that record. My question is, in terms of media coverage, you've mentioned CHTV, City News, a lot of local outlets, a lot of regional outlets. Do you see the first year, if you were to break that record, do we see the CNNs, the Today Shows, the Good Morning Americas? Do we see North American media markets picking up on this? Do you feel that? Is that part of the strategy?
Absolutely.
I'm trying to look at the big picture, because it's not just about the attendees. It's not just about the hotel stays. It's about putting Niagara Falls on the map nationally and internationally. So if you could give me some insight on that, it'll help me come to a conclusion to see if we have the funding and how much we have in that bucket, if we can allocate some to make this event happen this year. So
yeah,
I'll let you answer.
Well, thank you very much for the question, Councillor Dabrowski. I super appreciate that. That is 100% the plan to do that, to get as mass media attention as possible. And also, after talking with Guinness Book of World Records, and they said that they've worked with other Niagara Falls businesses too as well, they said that they would put their best efforts forward to help ensure that they can put me in the right rooms and the right contacts to get as much national and global exposure as possible. So that is definitely 100% the plan. And I think that this won't necessarily be one of the biggest event brands that come out of Canada. I strongly believe this will be one of the biggest event brands that can come out in the entire world.
And then in terms of cost, have you done the due diligence in revenue generation? I saw the slide about ticket sales. Are there vendors that are being charged vendor prices to help tackle that expense, or are you exhausting all revenue opportunities to come to that amount of revenue?
The majority of the tickets would come from the hotel stays and the ticket revenue for that. The vendors will play a small portion of that, but would probably make up less than 5 to 10% of the total event revenue generated. So revenue will come in from that, but it won't be the main focal point from it.
And the last one, and we're a tourist destination, we look for overnight stays. With a one-day event, do you see people coming for 2 days, for 2 nights, or is it more of would they come in the morning, enjoy the night during the event during the day, and then leave the next day, or could you see them showing up on Friday, getting prepared for the event? It's December, weather, people have to plan accordingly. Do you see people staying for 2 nights?
I do. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thanks.
That's great. Thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to the speaker, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Very creative. Thank you for putting it together. I'm looking at this as a discussion that might be a little bit premature, as Councillor Strange and Councillor Dabrowski just said. It's about our MAT, and I'm sure that $185,000 is there, but we haven't determined about what we're spending on it on, how we're spending it, what is the process to apply for it. I think out of transparency for everyone and to give a fairness that anybody can apply, we really need to come up with criteria and an application process. Nothing against your event. This is a great event. It's the process. This is the first time that we've had somebody come and ask for money from the MAT, but we don't have a process to deal with that yet. And I really think we need to figure that out before we start slotting money into that MAT use. And so that's what I would be looking for.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Newstag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the Speaker. And to piggyback on where Councillor Coco was going as well, we don't have the MAT tax, but even more so than that, we don't even have other applicants. So there could be somebody else coming up with things. So I think in order to make a qualified decision. We have to look at all the things. Your presentation is absolutely fabulous. Your energy, I think it's great. And also to that point, we are counselors as well. We're not hotelier or tourist people. So I think those decisions have to be made in conjunction with people who really can see the different events, because it is a large ask, and it would be fabulous if we could be put on the map for that. But we don't know what else is coming our way. So I think it's a great presentation, not saying no, but just not saying we're ready to make that decision until we have all the information so we can make a really proper educated decision. So I back Councillor Lococo's discussion as well.
So, I'm sorry, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Dabrowski. Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, to that end, we've had, I can't count them on my fingers, how many events and festivals we've had come to this council over the course of the last 6 months. We've been talking about that MAT tax money. We have a local entrepreneur that's coming into city council, prepared, set, has a budget, has a marketing plan. I would love to give some sort of indication on whether or not he can come back in the next 30 days, 60 days to this council with a revised presentation once we find out those numbers. But the clock is ticking. We were at the last council meeting talking about Ribfest. They came in, they only had 2 weeks to pull it together, and they did, and we had full commitment with that. Great presentation, but where do we go from here? And does Mr. Garashi shelf this idea for another year and let another municipality take it over and let the millions of views and the thousands of tourists come into their municipality and stay at their hotels during an off-season when we need it the most? Or are we going to work towards some sort of resolution where we come back with some numbers at the next council meeting or whenever it will be? I guess we'll ask staff that, but I don't want to see this idea go to another municipality. I think the clock is ticking for this year. And if it's not the full ask that we're supporting, I'd like to see some sort of hybrid, and if that means he comes back to us with a revised presentation. But if it's yes or no today, I'd love to at least give some sort of indication on where he goes from here and where other events go from here, because we're now looking at July 1st as our next large municipal event. October, November, December, and the shoulder season will be here before we know it. And if we're not prepared and planning now, then we'll be behind not yet another year, but another 2 years, because I think we've been talking about this for over 24 months.
So maybe make a suggestion. Oh, did you want to comment? Go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say, because they're planning to have this maybe at the convention center, is there a way that if we don't have the number in the MAT tax, that we can do some maybe in-kind and donate a room or a hall where you're planning to have it, and possibly take away from that $1,000. But the math has to get figured out. But I think there's some way that we might be able to do some in-kind services, like the hall for free for that day when we do that, because I think it'd be huge. It'd be huge coverage for us. And like Councillor Dabrowski says, it's almost July already. If you're planning to do this next year in the winter months, and if there's a season where maybe the convention center doesn't get that busy or something, maybe we can fill them in for a couple days and plan that event at that time.
That's a great idea. And so maybe a suggestion, maybe if we refer this back to staff to come back with something of a report, and as Councillors Newsteg and Lococo suggested, maybe with some kind of a vetting process. We could also have discussions with the convention center, and maybe we can get some in-kind, and this could possibly be part of the Winter Festival of Lights, could be part of the kickoff in November, and turn it into an overnight and be part of the celebration that has become huge. It brings millions of people to Niagara Falls, partner with the Parks Commission. So my head's spinning with ideas too, and I just think I think it's a great idea too, and I'm with you. I don't want to see it go away, but at the same time, we can't frivolously make commitments. So maybe if we just pause for a little bit of time, have staff come back, and if I saw your hand up, Councillor Baldinelli, did you want to speak to it or make a motion, or what did you want to do?
Well, thank you very much for the presentation, and I agree with the other councillors on the MAT tax, but we were supposed to actually, during the proposal for MAT tax bylaw, I think Councillor Newsteg had amended it for us to create a committee, and I'm not understanding why it hasn't been done yet. So I think we should fall back and look back at that meeting and make sure we fulfill the bylaw and it was part of it, and we were supposed to form a committee so that we know exactly what's going on. We have 3 buckets, and I need to, which bucket are you start taking from? Our bucket is supposed to be to take care of beautification and stuff, and help events like this drive tourism and also benefit the people of Niagara Falls. So I'm agreeing with everybody else. I think we need to report as soon as possible. I mean, we had last year, we didn't get a report for the end of the year, which we were supposed to get yearly, and we didn't get that report. And we need this report, and I think we should do it more quarterly than year end. And so we know exactly what's going on and with tourism and how we can drive tourism and make it prosperous for everybody. Thank you.
Yep, and in fairness, I mean, we just started April 1st, right? We just started collecting it for this.
Well, last year we had the STAR system.
Yeah.
So we still had a year end, we still have that year end from last year to year end. And then we had, before that, we had nothing, so.
Well, we had the lawsuit, like, we had a lot of things
Well,
we
I
were dealing
understand
with.
that, yeah.
And I just want to say, staff's plate's been full on this,
Yeah.
but I'm going to ask our CAO to maybe comment on it, give us an update, and we'll try to direct the discussion toward moving it forward.
So this council has approved $846,000 in MAT tax spending. So to remind council, bylaw support, illumination board, beautification, tourism area service level increase, and the airport revenue guarantee for that. So that added up to $846,000. This council also made a priority for the New Year's Eve show, which is still an existing question mark. And this council also authorized for Mr. Dames to come back with a report at the end of the year for the governance, which would answer some of those questions. So the amount of revenue is unknown, but going into the $846,000 without doing anything else, we had approximately $640,000 to spend. So we need to take a look at that. And we also have the commitment to the Misty City music one. So we are trying to be careful with that, but that's in full disclosure. So I don't mind bringing a report back. I do agree with a method to be brought to to handle applications, and the economic development team is going to bring a process through, but we are trying to align it with Mr. Dames's approach to the governance model also.
So maybe if we can get a motion, we'll refer this back to staff. Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Newestag, and we'll ask staff to come back with a further report. We'll do a little more digging in and more due diligence. Matt Anthony, and then we'll be able to, I think, be in a better position to make a decision. I think it's a great idea. Let's just see what we can come up with a little bit of research. So we've got it motioned, seconded, and if there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimously referred. So to be continued.
Awesome. Great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all very much for your time. Thank you very much.
All right, moving along. 7.3, we have the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee. And Marilyn Tian is going to address council. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillor, and also guests. Thank you for joining us to celebrate the DEI. Actually, just to quickly acknowledge of June, because June is the Pride Month and highlighting the LGBTQ plus advocacy, and also National Indigenous History Month in Canada. So this just highlight, and also I want to recap. Earlier this year, I made presentation regarding the DEI Summit. Thank you, Mayor, and also all the council members' support, and especially we have Councillor Laura Lococo and also Mona Patel to be in person supporting the event. We had a great turnout, over 150 attendees for the event, so that's the most successful in the past 3 years. So we are talking about quick. The DEI, I don't need to read every line, just quickly, we have, 2 years ago, we, the city, the committee, and create this 3 awards to encourage and also, to help, the shout out for the community to support and be participating in the DEI initiatives. So we do have Workplace DEI Award. So for the definition, is it recognized local business committed to inclusive and equitable work environments? And the criteria actually includes the leadership, commitment, and effective communication. So this year, we have the recipient enable talent, and then later on we will call them on the stage. And the second one is a Community DEI Award. So honors organizations or individuals with significant contributions to the local community. And the criteria for this award is a focus on community engagement and also collaborative impact. So we have this year's recipient is the Niagara organization, and later on we'll call it on the stage. We have also Youth Empowerment DEI Award presented to the empower youth and the residents under the age of 21 years old or younger. Criteria is emphasize the advocacy and education. So this year we do have a recipient from St. Paul Catholic High School, and her name is Serena, and later on we'll call. So for this, in the end, as we proceed with the later on the presentation, and then also let's really honor the hard work and the dedications of our recipients whose efforts inspire us to advocate for DEI in all aspects of our lives. And also, I want to encourage and everyone to consider the nominations for 2027 DEI Summit and also the awards. So thank you very much. So for the next, I will call and also our co-chair, Sheila Duluka, and also our 3 awards recipients to the stage. And also, I'll really welcome you to join now for the award presentation.
Read around, yeah. You can jump it if you want.
Please come. I always maybe for one by one first, and later on we have a group photo. Okay, so the first one. It doesn't matter whoever, just which one? Oh, okay, Youth Award. So for Rihanna, right? So, right. Please come in. Oh, congratulations. Sorry, I need to take it. Thank you. Okay. So, with your name, you can present.
Okay, so we'll smile for
Thank you. Do you want to say?
I would like to say, first of all, my name is Ainara Vicente Medrano. I'm an exchange student from Spain. I've been here for 2 years already. And Niagara Falls, well, Canada in general, has become my country, my family, and like something that I will always remember and I always be deep in my heart. And these 2 years was amazing, and getting this opportunity of receiving this award makes me so proud of all the job that I did here, and it makes me really happy of becoming part of this family. Thank you.
Thank you. We just stay beside, just wait for a bit, so we have...
Oh, do you want to call back? Huh? Yes. I just want to say a few words about Ainara. I am her teacher, yes. Yeah. I am Ainara's teacher, and me and a coworker nominated you for this award. And so absolutely. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, that's her. Oh, go ahead, Dad. You're in here now. You ready? Okay, sort of keep it.
And I just wanted to say, yes, that you have been such an instrumental part of St. Paul the past couple of years. You live in my neighborhood, and I know the heart that you have for your friends, making our school inclusive. We're going to miss you at St. Paul. You really empower your classmates, and also you're so friendly and respectful to to the teachers and the staff. You do amazing community work for the J. Craig organization, and we're super proud of you. Ms. Armenti would love to have been here tonight to recognize you. I know you're here with your parents who came from Spain a few days ago. Just yesterday they came from Spain. They arrived yesterday, and I know you're leaving to go home. We're going to miss you tremendously. So thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to do group photo after we're done.
Yes.
So,
The photo.
Thank you.
Oh, you've already, okay.
let's do pictures.
Thank you, Mayor, Marilyn, and the committee members. This is a prestigious award, and this acknowledgement really pushes us towards our best efforts towards making all the workplace accessible and inclusive, right, starting from Niagara and taking it to the whole Canada, and making sure making Canada a barrier-free workplace as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I add one more kind of context, introduce. So one of the founders, Amanda Dip, and he himself also is a disability, the founders of, and he has done tremendous, the work for community, not just, let's say, for himself, but also creating opportunity for a lot of, let's say, a disabled in the workplace. So thank you for that. Thank you. Just wait.
Don't go too far. You're gonna
Okay, we have.
Hold this. Okay.
So, Community DEI Award present to Niagara Organization. Arena, please come in.
I would like thank you for this recognition. Thank you, Jim Diodati. Thank you, I forget, Marilyn. And thank you, community, for believe us and trust us. Of course, it's very important for us. It's not just my award, it's award my team, my husband, Father Victor from St. Marie Church, because everyone is like supported me and helped, because for myself, I can do nothing. It's all we work together. Also, just like when I stay here, I would like to invite everyone to our family festival. Sorry for this, but no, it's our big community event, and for Niagara organization, it's our mandate is simple, is bring people together. And when we create some event, we can bring this like people stay together, show this our community, our tradition, and also this like teach and learn about other. Thank you again. Thank you for this award. I'm truly honored and grateful.
Thank you. I think, yeah, the group photo. Yes.
So we'll come up here, we'll do a group shot. We'll get everybody up here. Come on in.
Pre-award. Oh,
So, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to thank our DEI committee. They're working so hard to make everybody feel included in Niagara Falls community. They work a lot. They're volunteers. They put a lot of effort into this. And how about a big hand for all of our DEI All right, moving along the agenda is 7.4, the Seniors Advisory Committee. I'd like to invite up Joe Zabo and Eileen to present before council. So welcome. Everybody's clapping.
Hi. So an older gentleman walks into a bar. He sees a very elegant older lady sitting there, sits beside her, and says to her, "Do I come here often?" The Seniors Advisory Committee is really thankful to our representatives, Ruth Ann Neuvesteg and Chris Dabrowski, and also the staff that support us in our endeavors. So thank you very much for doing that. The last time I was here was in October of 2024, and I recommended that we join the Okay.
The arrow key on the keyboard. Can you do it? Oh, the keyboard's.
I specifically asked if I could use the mouse. And I was told I could use the mouse. Okay, so the arrow on the keyboard, okay. And that didn't work either. You're talking about the arrows?
Thank you.
Okay. All right. And I still can't make it move.
Mike.
All right. Can I just tell you to move to the next slide? Okay. So much for that. I can get rid of this keyboard again. All right. So last time I was here, we suggested that the committee join the World Health Organization network for age-friendly cities, and we did that, and I'm pleased to say that in January we got awarded the membership. So that confirms the city's, it demonstrates that we support older adults and advance age-friendly initiatives. Okay, next slide. Okay, one of the things we're working on in that regard is a business checklist for age-friendly businesses. So that's something that we're really working hard on to try and meet the needs of, have the businesses meet the needs of older adults and help them come up with ways of improving accessibility, inclusivity, and customer service for age-friendly people. Okay, next slide. And the thing that we did in November 25 was City of Niagara Falls actually hosted the Niagara Older Adults Alliance meeting. And that's a meeting where similar committees to ours, Seniors Advisory Committee, also comes to Niagara Falls and meets all together. And that's a really good thing because we can share best practices, discuss common challenges, and collaborate with other similar committees to support older adults. So next slide. And our committee has also been a sounding board for this group and also staff to talk about things like accessibility parking at McBain Center, deferring property taxes for low-income seniors, snow clearing bylaw. Seniors might have trouble clearing snow, so that's an issue, and sidewalk and trail safety. Next slide, please. The Seniors Advisory Committee Legacy Project seems to be the Seniors News and Views TV show, and that was something that Chris Dabrowski suggested in November of 2020, and we aired our first show in June of 2021, and we've been airing shows since then. It is limited to the cable TV audience, so that is one problem that we can't really show it generally to everybody, but it is aired throughout Niagara Peninsula, so we've also been trying to include other seniors advisory committees, so we found that worked really well. Our show will continue taping one day a month in September. We'll continue doing that. And we air on Sundays at 11 a.m. and 7:30 at night. So, okay, you've already given me the next slide. So I'm going to invite Eileen Tanyo-Hind up here, also a committee member, to talk about our June Seniors Month. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Members of City Council, my name is Eileen Tanyo-Hind. And yes, I am a member of the Seniors Advisory Committee of Niagara Falls and a member of the subcommittee, which is organizing our Seniors Month, which is already, we're at the last week of June, and we've been so busy with a lot of activities this year for seniors. Just earlier today, we concluded our Seniors Active Living Expo at McBain Community Center, which focused on wellness, connection, and living life to the fullest. Last week, we had lightning talks with excellent speakers that spoke about healthy eating, health care at home, fire safety, fraud prevention, an interesting topic on the emotional and historical significance of cemeteries here in Niagara Falls. We covered wills, power of attorney, celebration of life, understanding grief and loss, AI and how it helps seniors, and an update on our South Niagara Hospital project. And of course, we also have different fitness and wellness classes for free. We had our first ballroom and belly dancing lessons. And tomorrow, our last day, is for our free Tai Chi and line dancing at St. Antoine. And of course, this weekend, we have our free Zumba at the park on Saturday and Sunday. This has become so popular with seniors, and I'd like to introduce our instructor. It's Monse and myself. We have two more, Chris and Liza, who are not here. And also part of our seniors Zumba group here. As I said, it's been so popular that we had as much as 40 people joining our senior Zumba, and we have our average age of 70 in our senior Zumba group. So,
for you.
But younger can attend.
We see you at every event too, so you're
Oh yeah, we have been invited to so many different
Which is
events
great.
now, and
Appreciate
it's
it.
mostly seniors. So it's really great. And because of that, we are continuing and making every month Seniors Month by holding every Sunday Zumba at
Your
Oak
Zumba
Park.
team seems to be getting bigger and bigger as well.
Yes, we are. Yeah. And this month we had a lot of seniors actually that joined us. So it's going to be bigger again because a lot of them have been coming every weekend. And of course, we also have tomorrow, Wednesday, is the last day for our Niagara Parks 50% off attractions. And on Thursday, our free senior skating at Gale Center. It has been a very exciting month with different activities for seniors this year. And on behalf of the Seniors Advisory Committee, we would like to thank everyone who supported us with our Seniors Month program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eileen and Joe. It's been a big year, and this month's been a great month for you guys. Do we have any questions, Councillor Newtek?
Thank you, Councillor Strange. I just want to say thank you for this great presentation. And at our last meeting, we talked about the word senior because the image that people have of senior is not this image. So we actually started to say maybe we should be rephrasing that word senior and being more age-friendly or active, something. We were looking at different words because they certainly are not, they defy the epitome of that word, senior. But I do want to acknowledge all the hard work that this committee has done throughout the year. As a council rep, I see firsthand the thoughtful discussions that they have around the table, their valuable recommendations, as well as the genuine care you have for the seniors. I can tell when we talked about the sidewalk clearing, it was a complete interest at how do we represent the age-friendly people, and how do we really accommodate them and bring them more into having a more active living. So I just want to say thank you for all the hard work. You live and breathe this committee, and to all our young Zumba people, thank you so much. So that was.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. A lot of great initiatives, and they open up the lives of people because they now have community and that contact with people. So thank you very much. One of the things that you had listed was a business checklist to improve accessibility. I think it's a great opportunity to maybe coordinate with the Mayor's Accessibility Advisory Committee, because they're already working on some of the business ideas about how to make them more accessible, and they're also forwarding that information to the economic development and to the permitting areas as well. So I think it's a great opportunity to have some collaboration. Thank you so much for all the work that you do. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think we actually, lately, the company Lococos has already gotten an award, so that's kind of preempting us, but that's the idea that we'd like to do, is have companies that are working towards helping seniors. I mean, some are in worse shape than us. They don't do the Zumba, so there are people that do need help getting into a business, and there's just many little things businesses could do to help seniors and people with accessibility problems.
Exactly, and when we think about seniors having accessibility issues, there's a lot of people who are not seniors that have accessibility issues and some challenges, and a lot of times we don't see them if we're not in that in their shoes. So it's nice to have that discussion and see what everybody brings to the table. We have many different people at the Accessibility Committee that have different abilities and disabilities, and they add to the conversation, and then you think, oh gee, I never thought of that. So now you have that perspective as well, and the whole idea is to have other businesses that they can, there's some small changes that you can make that don't cost anything. It's just thinking about it and then doing it.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're right. Better to wear out than to rust out. That's what I always say. Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank you for the presentation and thank Seniors Committee for advocating for the older adults in our community. Actually, living with when you are living with disability, even with the older age, having comfortable ways to get around is more important than we know. And having advocates like our seniors come up with the different ideas is great. And when we talk about active living, like nobody's better example than Eileen here. She might be the Zumba queen of the Niagara Falls, right? But you know, it's great that you're a great ambassador for the seniors committee, because what the Council Newstead said, seniors doesn't really mean, when we talk about seniors, we think about people who can't, you know, we're talking about people in 90s. Like, you know, and I know people who are 90-year-old, my grandma, she's 95. And she's very independent herself. So it's like everybody's different. Mm-hmm. But I think getting that idea in people's head that age is just a number and you can do whatever you want, and having all those amenities and all those programs for people in a city goes a long way. And I want to add that I sit on the DEI committee, and I think we need to collaborate with the Accessibility and Seniors Committee, because DEI means different age group, you know, different disabilities. Everybody comes from different experience. So I think we all need to collaborate together to see how we can all support each other. So thank you very much for being here again.
Thank you.
Actually, I'd like to just say Eileen's work is so important. There's just been a recent medical study that has shown that exercise can actually cause cancer patients to live longer before they regress to needing treatment again. And it's also been scientifically showed to prevent the onset of cancer. People are less likely to get cancer if they've exercised. So she's very important to Niagara Falls. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, of course. I would agree 100%, Joe and Eileen, that a sedentary lifestyle isn't helpful. And for your health, one of the best things you could do is stay in motion. Stay busy, do something. So on behalf of the city, we're grateful. Thank you for all that you do. I need a motion to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Newstead, seconded by Councillor Strange, sorry. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much to our Seniors Committee. Thank you for all that you're doing. Stay active. Stay active. What's that? Yeah, yeah, that's right. And if you think you're really good, stick around for this meeting. Let's see if you can handle this. Okay, 7.5, age-friendly Niagara Council. So we're going to invite up Ginger Grant, Executive Committee, to present to Council. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Council members, members of staff, and the general public. This is Ursula Hudson, who's running away our chair of the Executive Committee. We brought you some pamphlets that you can take a look at. The Council represents the 12 different municipalities. So we have on the Council, hopefully representatives from each of, we've got 8. We're recruiting another couple of board members so that we can be a consortium or a way of doing pilots. So at the moment, we're working on a couple of pilots that we can then pushed down into NOAA, the advisory committees, that kind of thing. So it's more of a think tank, of a consortium of innovation ideas or pushing innovation. We had not thought of an ugly sweater activity, but okay, right? So it's ideas like that that actually drive something that's called the longevity economy. If you haven't taken a look at it, I think you should. It's the fastest growing market on the planet. So it is pushing a very strong demographic shift that's occurring globally, not just in Canada. So, buttons. Okay. So we are a council of the 12 different municipalities. Part of our programs right at the moment is, an example would be developing volunteer packages that we can create and then give to various different nonprofits organization. We're a federally incorporated nonprofit. What we do is produce pilots and then test them on ourselves because we're part of that age demographic. So I am a very young 73 and have no intentions of slowing down anytime soon. So I'm also chair of our research committee because anything to do with the longevity economy, you need evidence-based data. So without the data, you can't really move forward or you make any decisions based upon the information that's being presented to you. So this economy that is rapidly growing, you've got about 40% approximately of 55 plus in Niagara that are of that age bracket. So for those of you, when you're talking about health ramifications of this market, those of you who are in the 50 range, I want you to start thinking in terms of living to 110. And what that does to our various systems. So in my age bracket, it's probably 1 in 3, 1 in 2. As healthcare improves, you're looking at a much longer working life, active life, and what that does as far as Canada experiencing a talent shortage. So you've got an economic asset that's very much untapped. Do I want to work 40 hours a week? No. But maybe 1 day a week or maybe 1 day a month. So you've got an untapped variety of people that you can draw upon. It's also a very large group of experience that you don't want to lose. So we call that an experience dividend. When you've worked, like, can you train a new council member in a weekend seminar, 2 days? Bang, you're now ready to be a council member? I would say no. Right? So you need a length of experience that we also work with. It's called intergenerational equity. So you're pairing up. So think in terms of a very ancient approach to this type of demographic shift that was very popular in Europe and still is, mentoring. So you take a craftsperson and you mentor someone coming into a variety of different activities. We also are willing to coach businesses. So think also in terms from an economic, socioeconomic growth potential. How do you want to change your business plan to tap into a longevity market if you haven't thought of it? What does that do to the variety of businesses? So when you think in terms of age-friendly, it's age span, it's lifespan. It is not just 55 plus. So as many people have mentioned, if it's accessible to a 55-year-old, an 85-year-old, 110 for those of you in the 50 range, then it's also going to be accessible to a 20-year-old mom carrying a 2-year-old and a bag of groceries. So that kind of walkability, that kind of what's going on in the city and how Niagara can improve. It's considered one of the fastest growing retirement communities in Canada. So just to give you an idea why it matters, I think I've hit upon that this is socioeconomic value. It's not just something that is good for some people, not for others. One of the things, buttons have not stopped working. Next slide. So do I slaughter a goat? There we go. There's a small example of the longevity of economy that you can take a look at and what it does as far as what it can bring in terms of value to the city. one of the partnerships we're working with right at the moment through a New Horizons grant is building these packages. So at the McBain Center this afternoon, we got hit with 2 other requests from a variety of seniors. One on, can we have a workshop on revisioning retirement? Yeah, we can design that. And also a program about purpose. I thought, oh, okay. That would be an interesting one as well, to do workshops or seminars around how do you find your purpose and what does it mean if you haven't figured it out yet. So this just gives you some of the ideas of what we're doing. We have also partnered with CARP, so which is the Canadian Association of Retired Persons. When we combine our sort of participant list, subscriber list with CARP, we've got about 3,500 subscribers. That is also a very large voting bloc, and it's a very large voice. So we try and bring that voice to you and also back down into the community. So if you have any questions, we'd be pleased to answer them. If you would like us to do a workshop even for the council on how you bring in the idea of a longevity economy, or what MIT is calling a longevity hub, what does that look like? So thank you for having us, and we hope to be back in front of you soon with some more results.
Ginger, thank you, and we're going to see if council has any questions before you run away. Do we have any questions of council? Okay, we don't have any. Thank you to you and Ursula. Ursula, you've got some brochures. Yeah, go ahead, hand them out. And I'm looking for a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Newstag, Councillor Baldinelli, all those in favor? Okay, thank you. That's approved. Thank you very much. Ursula? Okay, next up, we move to 7.6. This is the Niagara Region Transportation Master Plan, and I should also acknowledge Joyce Morocco, one of our regional councillors, who's joining us here today. Welcome, Joyce. And I welcome Diana Moriali, Director of Infrastructure and Planning, and Jill, Stephen, and you're going to lead us through the presentation.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Diodati and members of council for having us today. My name is Jill Stephen, as was mentioned. I'm the Associate Director of Infrastructure Planning at Niagara Region, and Diana Moriali, our Director of Infrastructure Planning and Development, is with us today. We are currently visiting all 12 local municipalities to present an overview of our Transportation Master Plan. So we have 2 primary purposes of today's presentation. One is to introduce the plan itself, its scope, and the engagement plan that goes with that. And secondly, to seek input on future transportation needs for our residents, businesses, and employees as we're looking at how Niagara will grow to 2051 and beyond. The regional transportation network, including the regional road network, plays a huge role in how people and goods move every day in Niagara. It connects our communities within the region, it connects people to destinations, and it links the region to other municipalities and markets in Ontario and beyond through our connections to the provincial highway network and through federal infrastructure such as the Welland Canal, rail, air, marine, and our border crossings. But that regional network is only one part of our transportation picture. So our primary focus of the 2051 plan is the regional network itself, but understanding how it fits in across the local, regional, provincial, and federal levels is very important to developing a good plan. Because each of those levels plays a different role in how people and goods move every day. Generally speaking, there are always some exceptions. The local networks facilitate those daily trips to school and work. The local network is primarily made up of the lower speed 2-lane roads that facilitate those walking and cycling trips and on-street parking. The regional network is focused on connecting communities, and it's those main arterial corridors that support goods movement and regional mobility across Niagara. Typically the higher volume arterial roads. The provincial network then supports movement between Niagara and the rest of Ontario via our highways and GO Transit. And the federal network, as I mentioned, includes borders, air, marine, and so forth. Our first transportation plan was completed in 2017, so it is time for a change. It is a high-level plan. There will be more work that comes after that to move the projects forward, but it does do that identification of what we need for growth. Just like it's important that we understand the networks, it's important that we also connect the plans together. So there are local transportation plans. You just saw your TMP and TATMP not too long ago. Those will be important inputs into the regional plan. They each have their own focus areas, but at their core, they're supporting and identifying what infrastructure we need to move for the different types of trips that are under our different jurisdictions. We do have a vision statement that we've developed for the master plan. It is draft at this point because we're still in our first phase of the study, and we're taking the input that we received through our public information centers and through things like our presentations today to evolve that and finalize it as we move into the part where we're identifying the projects and the different scenarios that we want to analyze. As part of that too, we're also looking at the visions and objectives that are in the different local plans. It's not necessary that those all be identical, but it is important that we understand them so that we can understand both what is common across all of the plans, but what's also unique and build that unique community character into our work. We have a 3-phase plan. We're looking at growth needs for our transportation network to 2051, hence the title. We're currently in phase 1, which is identifying the problems and opportunities and assessing the existing network so that we can understand what we need to address as we're looking for growth, looking towards growth. That phase is about to wrap up this summer, and we're moving into phase 2, and then overall the plan will be completed at the end of 2027. At each phase of the project, there will be engagement with the public, with each of the municipalities, primarily through your staff teams, and as well through other agencies and interested parties. And then we'll be reporting to a regional council through Public Works Committee at key milestones. Right now in phase 1, we're doing that existing conditions review. We're updating our model so that we can assess the system performance, and we're completing jurisdictional reviews to align the plan, as well as our first round of public consultation. Moving into the next phase, we'll be developing and evaluating the alternatives and presenting those to the public. Those alternatives build on work that's been done in local plans, so the input, as I said, from your TMP and TATMP will be important to that. And then we'll identify the preferred network and develop a 10-year capital program for that. Quickly on engagement, we've included a number of different ways to engage people, and we look forward to hearing from the public. We have had 2 PICs this round, and we will move into phase 2 and include public information centers for those as well. Our information is available online, and we encourage people to still provide comments. We are taking the comments that we've heard so far and incorporating those into the revision of the vision and as well as part of the planning. This slide represents some of the comments we've heard through our presentations to Public Works Committee, Transportation Strategy Steering Committee, and a council workshop. And we'll continue to track those and evolve things as we move forward. So we began our presentations to local councils about 6 weeks ago. This is our 8th presentation. Thank you again for having us, and we will finish the next 4 in July. Over the next few months, as I said, we'll finish phase 1 of the study, move into phase 2. And I would like to say thank you again for the opportunity to do that presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions, as I know I went through that very quickly.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation, Jill. Any questions of council for our presenters? And Diane was there for moral support, right? Well, I think we're good. Thank you very much for your time. I look for a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Strange, Councillor Baldinelli, all those in favor? Unanimous. And thank you, ladies, for coming out and enduring the time till we got to your portion of the presentation. All right, thank you. All right, well, next up is what we've all been waiting for. Bringing back our Chief Administrative Officer, Ken Todd. This is a presentation for the Unhoused Action Plan. I see some of the members of various community groups that are here as well to support. Ken Todd, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Like you never left.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
The seat's empty. You can come back up.
Yeah, I scared them away. But we do have some of my friends here. We have reps from the Project Share Board, the co-chairs from the Soup Kitchen, and Steve from the Bridge. So I think you know Jim and AJ and Chris Russell, Judy and Sherry from the Soup Kitchen.
Welcome. Good to have you
They
back.
just came to throw tomatoes or whatever at me as I speak. So I know you're under a crunch here for time, so do you want me to just narrow this down, or do you want to?
Like give us the high points,
Yeah.
and we'll ask some tough questions.
So thank you. Started this engagement several months ago, and I've got to tell you, over that time, we certainly have learned a lot, and I think the recommendations that we're coming up with tonight are going to be something that can carry this council forward with a fairly reasonable plan. So, when we started out, I got to start off by saying there's a lot of very good things happening in this community. There are so many people on a daily basis that are doing volunteerism in the community, and all over. And there's so many good people and good groups doing that. But I found that, people were holding on to things. They felt that that's how things should be done. And as I got out, I was trying to get them to open up, to abandon, if you will, some of the ways of the past, because a lot of the models and a lot of the things that I was seeing were just simply not sustainable in the long run. You've got a lot of volunteerism. People are getting older, not as many volunteers. So we really needed to look at a different model. So what we did is we went out, we had a lot of interaction. We had a lot of online submissions. We had open houses at the McBain Center. We had an open house, a workshop with the experts. Probably had 50 to 60 individual meetings with agencies and groups over that period of time, doing a lot of listening, asking a lot of questions, trying to come up with might be an acceptable plan. So what we heard was there is a desire for change in how we handle the unhoused and vulnerable people in our community. And but I think you have to be focused on the fact that even though there's a lot of very compassionate people in our community, there's really two sets of clients here. There's the people we want to serve that are the unhoused and the vulnerable, but we have to be very mindful of our residents and their communities, their neighborhoods, their public parks, their public spaces, the businesses that are seeing some of the sort of undesirable elements at some points out on our streets. So, the plan is trying to find a way to balance that so that we're respectful of the people we need to serve, but we're also doing things that can help improve the quality of life for the people that live here. So a couple of guiding principles as we go through. One is that we want to be very empathetic in our approach, but we also want to make sure that those people that are paying taxes and are living here are not having to be faced with those hardships. We want to definitely strengthen community partnerships. That's a big part of this plan, trying to bring like-minded community groups together to serve the community better. Mindful of trying to minimize the impact on municipal taxes. And there is going to be some asks here, but I think you got to remember that this is community projects, and the community and the community partners should have a big share in how this project and some of the recommendations get paid for as well. And we want to keep it volunteer focused. There's so many volunteers out doing a lot of good work, and we want to make sure that we keep that in mind. So in the recommendations, and we kind of came up with three spheres. This started out to be an unhoused That was kind of the title. I can tell you it very quickly morphed into something that is more about just unhoused, because you just can't focus on the unhoused element of this. It expands into so much more. And we are looking at housing and shelter for sure. Another sphere is the whole food security, which is a big piece of this. But the third element is what I'll call the street life and what's happening out on the street and what things we can do to improve them. So as we go forward, just be mindful, all of these spheres intersect into, at the end, what we're going to call this integrated community hub plan that we're going to present to you. So on housing and shelter, several things. And I'm going to try to move through these quickly as I can, but the one thing that I heard loud and clear, and I know you guys are working on it already, Council is very mindful of this, but the existing temporary shelter on Summer Street has to be dealt with, has to be relocated, there has to be purpose-built. That's one way of giving that neighborhood back their community, the whole main ferry. So I know Council's working on that. I know your staff will have more to come on that, so I won't dwell on it. But we have to really advocate for more supportive housing opportunities. Now, the supportive housing, I'm not talking about shelter. I'm talking about a Wayne Campbell type of development that is supportive, dealing with the hardest to serve, which are the mental health issues and the addiction issues. That is where I think time and effort really has to be spent. The region knows this. In the report, it gives you the numbers and the statistics. But where Council can really help, and I've heard this more than once, is that Council can help by coming up with property that is pre-zoned, so that when a development or an opportunity comes along, this community is ready to pounce on it and get that funding from the other levels of government. If you wait, it's going to go to some other community. So, you have to find those opportunities to get that land, get it zoned, and literally be waiting for that next allotment of supportive housing, because that's where it's going to be meaningful. You've got a great opportunity coming down the pipe. I know planning's been working on it on the GNGH site. I think it's a great opportunity to provide a whole realm of housing that'll help this community going forward into the future. Higher density development, center the community. I think there's planning issues that are going on now that'll help accomplish that for you. Over on the, what I'll call the street part of it, I got to tell you, there's been a lot of good things happening in the community. I know Chris is here, Carrie, and others that have a group that meets bi-weekly. Other communities are now starting to look at what Niagara Falls is doing, because I tell you, we've traveled around and looked at different municipalities. You may think Niagara Falls has serious problems. We've got it not as bad as others, I can tell you that. But I think there's a more proactive approach. I think you got to put the gas down on the pedal a little bit more, provide a little bit more resources. There's a few examples in the report as to how to do that, because if you can get out ahead of that, people are compassionate, but it's like, I don't want to see it around my community. So if you can get ahead of it and provide more resources for bylaw, for groups like NASO or REACH to provide street services to help people, that'll go a long way to helping that other client, which is the taxpayer who just simply doesn't want to see it in front of their business, doesn't want to see it in their neighborhood and in their park. I mean, we've had examples as we did this of, just things going on at our parks that should not be happening. So if you can resource that a little bit more, it'll go a long way to helping the situation. Region Niagara's had a couple good pilot projects that I think the staff should look to in providing a different approach to the street. But I got to say, your staff has been doing a great job, and I think with a little more resourcing, you can just put it over the top. One thing I will say is that I believe that the way that the whole evacuee situation with the Indigenous is not being handled properly by the federal and provincial governments. Niagara Falls has done more than its fair share. The chief and I have had several conversations over the last couple of months. As we speak today, there's 1,700 evacuees across the province. approximately 1,100 of them are housed in Niagara Falls. To me, that's not fair. To me, this community wants to be, Mr. Mayor, Vegas North, we want to be the jewel of tourism in Ontario. And unfortunately, a lot of the residents and people will see Indigenous people on the streets walking around thinking they're homeless people in this community, and they're not. And I think they deserve better. I don't think children deserve to be playing their recess time in a parking lot beside the casino. I really truly think there's a better approach. And I think that should be some purpose-built kind of facility in the province where they can go and have a sense of community and not be forced to relocate into hotel rooms across the province. But in spite of all that, and I know it's in the report, in spite of all that, at minimum, there should be certain resources that come back to the community. Like, the community's really getting nothing out of it. And I've spoken to the Native Center, Native Center people, and even their resources are being drained because they have to provide additional services as well. So everybody's being tapped and drained by this, and there certainly, my opinion, should be a better model that takes the strain off Niagara Falls and the emergency room and the police and the core unit. So I think there's some solutions, Mr. Mayor, and they're outlined in the report. Now, having said all that, as we talk about dealing with the most vulnerable, you know, there is a bit of a myth because a lot of the people that are in the line every day at the soup kitchen or at Project Share every day are not unhoused. They're just on the borderline or in poverty, deep poverty. They pay the rent, but they can't afford food. So they're individuals that need additional help, and that's why we brought these partners together. And what we're recommending is that the three large partners, which would be Project Share, the Soup Kitchen, and the Bridge, all three board of directors have agreed to come together and look at the development of a hub for Niagara Falls that would, those groups would function under one roof. There would be sharing of resources, sharing of services, sharing of food recovery. There'd be sharing of staff and warehouse space, whatever. Much more efficient way to deliver service. But the other part of that is that not just would we have those three organizations coexisting. I've approached a number of groups, about 18 groups in total, that have agreed to partnering at a hub like this. It would be all of your associated social services like obviously the Region, Community Health Center, REACH, Niagara Public Health, NASA, which is the street outreach, Positive Living, Niagara Employment Center, Service Canada, the Library, Canadian Mental Health Association, Project Share, Soup Kitchen, the Bridge, Salvation Army, Feed Ontario, Feed Niagara, and Niagara Nutrition Partners to start. That's what I could kind of cobble together at this point. But I think there's an opportunity there where all of those other individuals that don't perhaps require supportive housing, that are housed maybe marginally, that need access to these kind of services, and they could have direct access on a daily basis. Because if you look at the clients that are visiting these sites now, you're looking at about 300 to 400, maybe 400 or 500 individuals each day accessing these different sites. But you could bring that together and then let them tap into these services. I think we've got a much better chance of getting them the help to get them that next step up to help them get on with a better life. So, Mr. Mayor, that's basically what the report is about, but I'm able to answer any questions.
Okay, that's great, and I want to say thank you, Ken. I know you refuse to take any kind of payment for your time and your effort, and it doesn't go unnoticed. We're grateful. It's been a lot of work. There's been a lot of kilometers and a lot of meetings, and it's created quite a buzz in the region. Everybody wants to see the findings, all the other municipalities. So we're grateful for all your efforts.
Well, you're welcome. Yep.
So we do have a number of councilors that have questions. So starting with Councilor Strange, then Councilor Lococo, and then I saw another hand over here. Councilor Patel? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And then Councilor, I'm sorry, Newstead, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ken, for all the work you've been doing. Like, I think every councilor has seen you in the room and talked to you for a lot of hours, and listening to everybody, stakeholders, and you doing this for nothing shows your compassion. And I know you volunteer at the soup
Thank
kitchen
you,
quite a bit.
and I really appreciate that.
No,
I do, Mike.
I know you do, but that's the type of guy you are. You don't want to take credit
But
for it.
there's hundreds of people
No,
every
I know,
day that
and your
are doing
team, and
this
your
in the
team as
community.
well.
So, yeah,
that's the
thank you.
type of guy, and I'm sure that you've learned in the last how many months that it's not just one type of unhoused person. It's mental, it's addictions, it's those people that are on the borderlines where they just need help at the soup kitchen, and maybe they're not unhoused, but they are on that borderline. And like I said, you're showing a lot of compassion, and there's so many out there. And our team here, our bylaw has been working with everybody, and we've seen it on Main Street, and we went with meetings with Councillor Newstead, and with the shelter there on Summer Street, and it's a little bit of a mess. And I was kind of really disturbed because on the one day I opened up the paper and it was May 25th, and you might know where I'm going here, but a male was arrested attending a nearby shelter and was arrested by detectives. He attempted to make another drug transaction. That was at the Summer Street, and it just blows my mind that they were released on a future court date and bailed out in a number of hours. And our bylaw are doing our work, our staff are doing our work, you guys are doing our work, and these people are trying to help themselves by going to a shelter and staying clean and getting the help they need. And we all know once you get a little bit of this horrible drug fentanyl in you, it's tough to not crave that again. And I'll even say this guy was caught with 35.5 grams of suspected fentanyl. And I don't know if this is the first time, but to let this guy out just free like that, I think this guy should be away, for 5 years right away, because, this is what's killing our homeless population is this fentanyl. I remember growing up, and everyone can around the table that around my age group, there was 2 homeless people that I knew, and they weren't even homeless. One was mental, I think his name was Big Bird, but the guy was not homeless. He just walked the streets, and they were nice people. But this only started in the last, maybe 20 years. And with fentanyl, it's been just crazy. And you have someone like this that's just let out the next day. And I don't know what the answer is. And I love what we're doing and sharing the services with the soup kitchen and other Project Shared Bridge. I think it's a great idea. And if we can have a complex where we can serve like the transitional housing, the Wayne Campbell, something like that. I know it's going to take a lot from us. We're just following your guidance, and I don't know whatever we do, we need some kind of security that, these unhoused and these people who are addicted are trying to get help, and then you get someone from the outside, and our bylaw has been amazing. And you get someone who just, okay, here's a little, whether it's a little bit that they're selling or just giving them so they'll buy it off them later, and doesn't seem like our upper tier government are telling the police or the judges or whatever to keep them in jail, because it's not helping the situation.
So if I could.
Yeah, of course.
Part of the recommendations are to say, if the city can provide some additional resources to tackle that street life, with the core group, with the police, very important. This council's got to keep advocating for that to continue, but provide additional resources with Chris and his crew and some of the street workers, even if you have to resource that a little bit more. By keeping the street, putting a push on the street gives you time to build those supportive housing units. In the meantime, if we can get a hub built providing services, it will service the non-sort of addictive mental health clients that are housed and are doing okay but just need a little bit more help. If this comes together, it's kind of a phase thing, but I think if we can attack that street stuff now, to your point.
Yeah, because the police
Let
are
the
doing
other
their jobs.
things
They are doing
develop.
their jobs. They're just not keeping them in jail.
So
It's not the police's fault, it's the system's fault.
yeah, and I think if I'll say this, it's a little bit of tough love.
Yeah.
Because I think Niagara Falls is having some success because we're being a little bit more aggressive, which, as long as you're providing those other support services, is perhaps not a bad thing. But some other municipalities that we visited are taking a little bit more lax approach to it. And I know there's a big issue going across the province right now with encampments, that if you let an encampment take hold, you're going to have difficulty managing it later. So get ahead of it and get the individuals to the right services and help that they need before these things grow into something that becomes totally unmanageable for you.
Because we've seen it in so many cities, and you even said it, like, you know, we think Niagara Falls is bad, but it's not even close to what some other municipalities are going through.
Yeah,
I'm sure, you know, Toronto, Hamilton, that area is really, really bad, St. Catharines as well. So, but regardless, we're going in the right direction. I think this is such a positive step. Having it all in one house where we can help everybody and show shared services, I think it's great.
And I will say this, in credit to the three boards of each group listened, and it was unanimous on every board that I went to, because I think they're realizing the model is maybe not sustainable. It's time for a change. Things are probably still going to get worse before they get better, so we have to put a different model in place to help what's still coming down the path here.
And what is the kind of the next step or timeline?
Well, I guess that's up to council, but you know, the hope would be that if council supports the idea of a hub, we're going to need some help getting that off the ground, so we need some support from council there. And we're not here asking council. We know that there's going to have to be community partnerships, fundraising, but there will be some financial assistance needed. We think if we can get this thing built, then I think the agencies have done a good enough job in the past that we can monitor it and run it. Not asking the city to run it, not asking for a lot of operating dollars to run it. The city is providing some funds now, which is very, very welcomed, but yeah, we just need council to kind of get behind the concept.
Yeah. Well, I think everyone is behind it. All of council will be behind it, and just thank you for taking the time to do this. We know you're volunteering your time and effort into this, so we really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I've got actually Councillor Newesteg next, so I'm sorry, you did have your hand up. And then I got Lococo, Patel, Pietrangelo. And I want to remind you to try to ask questions. This is a time to ask questions of our presenter. So try to focus on that if you can. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Without repeating, absolutely fabulous presentation, but what I really liked was your balanced approach between the need that we have on the street as well as recognizing our community and businesses. So it was a nice combination. My questions are, first one is this, if you can kind of visualize more for me this hub. So do you have a place that you're looking to coordinate this hub?
No.
Okay.
But we no.
No, okay. So right now we have agencies working in different places.
Yes.
Is the concept that like Project Share, the soup kitchen would all come to that one area, or are they still going to have their operations at these locations and just cost your back room?
The concept right now is all under one roof.
Okay. Very good. What are the timelines to getting this done?
Well, realistically, you know, and it depends if it's a greenfield site or if it's a redevelopment of a site or a retrofit. You're probably 2 to 3 years in the whole, you know, design development to the point where you could occupy.
Any idea of what this would cost? Any preliminary?
I don't, but let's be honest, nothing's cheap today. You're probably going to talk several $1 million by the time you get to the end of it, I would think. But I have no idea. That's the purpose of getting to the next step, to have the groups look at what the actual cost of this would be and see if it's feasible.
Okay, well, and through Mr. Mayor, the one thing in your presentation that I know you talked about municipal rule, and you hit the three things about invest, advocate, and regulate. So it's the advocacy piece, because as we all know, this is not really at our municipal level. It's really at the provincial and federal level. Yeah. And I really think we need to look at, in doing all of this, is maybe having somebody do the advocating at those levels of government to help fund this, because it's not fair to the although I fully support it, it's not 100% fair to the taxpayers to carry this. These are responsibilities of other tiered governments. And right now, because all the municipalities are taking upon themselves, it seems like they're getting away with it. And I really think that's something that we should be looking at very strongly in all of this, is that there's somebody dedicated to advocate funds. And you mentioned earlier, we be ready so when the funds come, but I think we have to be very proactive and say, this is a situation. And going back to what you were saying about the evacuees, I dealt with a lot of them last year because of my business, and I met many of them, and I heard their stories. I saw how they were living, and also dealing with the hospital, and they were taxed. Everybody was taxed, and yet there was no funding for them. And it just keeps, and really comes back down to our taxpayers. So I really hope in all of this model that we do keep in mind our taxpayers and advocate to the other levels of government, because this is something, I think it's fabulous, your plan, it makes sense, but the funding has to be at higher levels.
I totally agree. There's an advocacy part for around this horseshoe, but there's also a lot in the report that really is community driven, and that's kind of the hub part. But there's a lot of advocacy you can do here, and as I said, with for example, property and stuff, council can get some properties identified, get them pre-zoned, get them serviced, get whatever you have to do so when that next application, you're ready. And especially in that whole supportive housing piece. You did a great job over on Park Street. That's a good example. Campbell Building, great example. Maybe not purpose-built, but still a great example of what you can do if you set your mind to it.
And one final question. What kind of metrics for success are you looking for out of all of this? So is it, I know, to eliminate homelessness and to make sure everyone has everything is kind of a nice dream, but to maintain, so what metrics do you hope that at the end of the day, in 5 years or 10 years from now, you can say, this project we brought to council was extremely successful because we did all of these things? Have you looked at what those items would be?
Well, as I said before, I think it's probably going to still continue to even get worse before it gets better. But I think if I could put that question around, I think without taking some of these actions, I'm not sure even what the end result will be of these actions, but I think by putting some of these things in place, like a hub, getting more supportive housing, putting more boots on the ground on the street to help our community in parks and public spaces, my hope would be that in 5 years you'd see a substantial improvement to what you see today. Putting that in numbers, sorry, Councillor, I don't think I can put it in numbers. You see numbers at Project Share, you see numbers at the soup kitchen. It'd be great to say we could, cut those numbers down, but those are all poverty-related issues, and I'm not sure that either of those kind of services are going away anytime soon.
Okay. I want to thank you so much, and to bring everyone together in that coordinated.
Thanks.
Because I sit on the Project Share board, and you hear everyone's doing different things, and there's so many good doers out there too. But everyone's working sometimes in isolation. That it's really good that if we can centralize everything and communicate that out to the public, that is such a step in the right direction.
It was so great for these groups, to show a willingness to come together. I think in the long term, it's going to be a great thing for the city.
Well, thank you very much and thank you to everyone who's participated in all of this.
Thank you. Next up, Councillor Lococo, then Patel, Pietrangelo, Baldinelli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mr. Todd, thank you so much. It was really good to see all of the different perspectives because we can't make decisions just with parts of the puzzle. So you brought all the puzzle pieces together. I'm really happy about that. I just want to build on what Councillor Newestig was saying about a lot of the issues are not at our funding level. So we have eviction prevention was in your report, and then I'm thinking the other side of it about landlord protection as well, because you know there's two sides to it, and we're having a lot of landlords who won't rent because of some of the challenges, and then we have some people who are evicted unfairly too. So we need to look at that, but that's provincial. And then we have mental health, which is also provincial through the region, and then we have substance use, which is also provincial through the region. So my question is, knowing that we have boots on the ground for outreach workers and they're working with the people on the street or the people who need the services, I often hear that people are looking for services, but the services are not available. There's not a shelter bed. There's not a mental health bed to go to. There's not an addiction bed to go to. So if we advocate more to get more of those resources, I can see putting the resources for more boots on the ground. I'm just afraid if we put the more boots on the ground, they'll tell me, Lori, I've asked and they don't have anywhere for me to go. And like just 2 days ago, I went through this. I went through the whole process with somebody, and they go and do what I suggest, what I've been told to suggest, and then there's no resources for them. So I think we really need to hone in on that provincial level to get those resources, an addiction bed, a mental health bed, a shelter bed, or a sustainable, because without that, if we put more boots on the ground, we're just telling them, sorry, there's nothing for you. And that's what we keep on running into. So how does, I know this is the beginning of the plan, but how will we overcome all of that?
So I don't see those as being contrary to one another. I think the boots on the ground helps from that street level for businesses and residents who I don't think deserve to have to put up with these kind of issues. So I think that's important. You're absolutely right. But what I'm going to stand here and challenge council to do is the best thing you can do to get those supportive units built is have somewhere to build them. And council is directly in charge of that. If you have 2 or 3 pieces of land that you own and are zoned, service ready to go, your chances of getting that next supportive application is going to increase tenfold because you can turn the key tomorrow. We can get in the ground tomorrow. If you're not ready for that, it's going to pass you by and it's going to go to some other community. So there is funding allocations that come out all the time. So that, I agree, the funding of building that would be other levels of government, region, federal, provincial. But if you're there as a council saying, here's the plate to put it on, you're way ahead of the game.
I agree. But I just want to bring that back to a lot of the challenges that we're having, our mental health, addiction. If those services are not available because of the provincial funding, it's hard for us to solve the issues down here. So I just want to put that out there to say, how are we going to deal with that? Back to the advocacy. We need to go to somebody else for funding who's going to fund those extra things.
But I guess, again, it's much easier to advocate from a position of strength. And your position of strength is, we're ready to go. Here's a couple properties. We want this. We're ready to go. We've committed to it. There's going to be a little bit of a time lag. That's why you need to keep, in my opinion, tough on the street with Chris and his group and whoever else doing what they're doing to keep, and rightly so, the community, the other partners, which is the community, satisfied. Which they deserve. But in the meantime, I think all of these pieces can work together and do your advocacy, but be in a position of strength when you go and ask for things, because other communities are doing it and have been successful doing it. But you're right, that funding has to come from, some of that funding has to come from other levels.
Thank you. One final comment on that. Years ago, it was housing first, housing first. We wanted to get people into housing, but we weren't providing the supportive wraparound services.
Yep.
So even though we build things, you can't just say, here's your apartment, go to it. They need all of those services, so we have to have those as well. So I'm going to move on. A lot of the ideas that are in this report are some of the concepts that Councillor Iannone and I found when we went into Texas and we saw the tiny homes community. Now I'm going to remove the word tiny homes because everybody gets stuck on that, but the whole concept was that you had all of these hubs, the wraparound services of everybody being able to get the mental health, the addiction, everything in one place. So I'm seeing a lot of that within the report. I'm just going to, two more things. This was brought up to me by a worker, and one of the concerns that they have with a hub is sometimes people get banned from, and I brought this up to you before, sometimes people get banned from one agency, but the way we're set up now, and I agree with a hub, it's a more effective way, I agree with it, but what we have to think about is sometimes the clients get banned. Say they get banned from Project Share, but they can still go to the soup kitchen, they can still go to the bridge. If all of the services are in one place, we really need to turn our mind to if someone gets banned because of one of their behaviors, how does that work with them at accessing all of the services? I know I'm not expecting an answer, I just want to put it out there because it is important.
Well, fair to say, I think as we move forward in the design and operation of it, we'll be very mindful of those kind of things. You know, these are, the people that will be operating these services are all very well-minded, compassionate people. So they're going to be very mindful of all of that as we move forward.
And of course, it was a compassionate person that brought it to me because she was concerned.
There you
And
go.
my last point is, I know we spoke about this before too, and I didn't see it in the report. Niagara Falls and the Niagara region were very overhoused. You have one person living in a 3-bedroom apartment. There are programs out there, and I've brought them to council over the past few years. There's a new program that they're working on right now that you co-share, and somebody is doing all of the vetting. They're matching people so someone could live in that 4-bedroom house that one person is living. Now you have 2 people living in it. So that's part of the affordable housing that we need. So I hope that we look into that too. I know I've tried to work with different organizations about this, and it just keeps falling down. I know I'm going to revive it somehow.
We had a great conversation, as you know, and I did have a good conversation with the region about that exact thing. So there are things that they're thinking about from that. It didn't make its way detailed into the report because it's still early days, but I did follow up and have that conversation with the regional people after we met.
Well, thank you so much for all the work and all of the connections, and I think it's important that we remove those silos and figure out what everybody needs, what services we can offer, and hopefully more effective, that we can serve the residents, whether they are unhoused or in need, or the people and businesses that live here. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Patel, Pietrangelo, and Baldinelli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Tart, thank you very much for a great presentation. All the work.
It's Ken.
Ken.
It's Ken, yeah.
One thing I found interesting, what is said in the report is everybody that residents sees on the street is not unhoused.
No.
And how is that?
Well, you may see a lot of people on the street, and they're out, they may be out walking to Project Share, they may be out walking to the soup kitchen to get a meal, and many or most are returning to a roof over their head. It might be a hotel room, it might be a basement apartment, it might be whatever, but you know, the vast majority of those individuals that are out in the day, they're socializing, you know, and the majority of them are housed in some format or the other.
Well, that's a good information through you, Mr. Mayor, because sometimes people would email us or call us saying they saw 15 people on Lundy's Lane,
yes,
15 people on Main Street.
Yeah.
So that means everybody is not unhoused. So that's
No.
a really good.
No, that's what I got to. I'm sorry, with the Indigenous, and you know, the Indigenous are that are relocated here, the evacuees, and they're out just, you know, whether they're out seeing the city or they're out on the street, but they're not homeless. But the first perception is, oh, there's a homeless person. Well, they may just be walking down to get a meal at the soup kitchen, or they might just be they're congregating at a corner somewhere. But that's the perception, but they're not, the vast majority of them are not unhoused.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, has any consideration given to the GNGH site for turning that into a hub, because it is working as a hospital right now? There's rooms there, there are meeting rooms there, there's community areas there.
I guess the short answer is no, only because I'd say no for now, only because that's not where the majority of the clients that would access these services are living. And I think there's a much greater opportunity for the redevelopment of that site for supportive housing, rent guaranteed income kind of housing, Park Street type developments. Hawkins has a couple really good examples with Niagara Housing. Those kind of opportunities to get you that next level up on the continuum of housing that this city needs. We've heard about the supportive housing that we need. Get those kind of units built and leave the hub somewhere else where we can service the clients in that community. I had your same thought earlier. But after thinking it through and really looking at what the opportunities the GNGH site can offer, you could kind of have two different areas working together. Great sort of greenfield housing sites, which are desperately needed, and let's find another spot for the hub.
Yeah, to that point, Mr. Mayor, the new build is ideal, but the need is now. And hospital's already there. In a year and a half, they will be vacating that building. So until we are building a new place, maybe you can use that as one of the service.
Well, I think the timing, probably the hospital site would not even be available till 2028, possibly 2029. I think along that timeline, there's a good chance we'll be well on the way to having developed a hub at another location. So, but I would say to this, the concept really would be, we may physically not be together in a new hub yet, but the approach would be, as soon as we can get the conceptual done here, we would be working together back end as much as we can until we move to a new site. So there's lots that we can be doing while that gets built, so that we're not going to delay. I mean, we've got the partners here. I think Steve's ready to run out right now and start doing stuff tonight if he could. So we're anxious to get started. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, all the recommendation, and if the council is going to pick one or two, which one would you prioritize? Which one would you say we do the first out of all the recommendations?
Well, I'm going to be a little selfish, because I think the hub is a wonderful idea that you should get on right away. But having said that, I truly believe that reinforcing and continuing on what you're doing on the street, get that solidified, because that's going to have the greatest immediate impact on the people of the community. So I would say that's a quick one that I know that the CAO and bylaw and others are already mindful of. I think that will just give the residents a little bit of a lift in some of these neighborhoods if you can get that under control quickly and let these other things develop, which are really needed but are going to take a little bit more time to develop.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got Councillor Pietrangelo, then Baldinelli.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Todd, Ken, it's great to see you back in council chambers.
Good seeing all of you.
It almost feels as though you haven't left, but I know you have. But Your Worship, I just want to start off by saying that to us it's important to have a plan. So I want to say thank you, Ken, for actually getting a plan in place for us. And bringing it to us. I know you mentioned earlier that you're not someone that really wants a lot of accolades, and you kind of pointed behind you and you said that there's hundreds of people that volunteer in this
Every day.
sector every single day. And I do recognize that, and obviously I recognize a lot of the faces, but I think the other thing that I would be remiss in if I didn't mention is the fact that it does take someone special to go out and to bring all those people and all their opinions and all their ideas together. It takes someone special who actually has the desire and is dedicated and wants to come forward with a plan and puts it all into place, Ken. So I do want to say thank you for doing that. I know you don't want it, so I'll leave it at that, but you are someone that's lived it your entire life, and I recognize that. Your Worship, I know that there's 12 recommendations in the plan. I don't really want to start pulling them apart and saying I like this one better than the other, but obviously I think the centralized integrated hub is an absolute great idea. I mean, I hope that that's something that we can move forward on. I understand that as a council we will have to put more funds, we'll have to dedicate more funds into this initiative, but that's something that we're willing to do. The other thing that I just wanted to mention, Your Worship, is that I know Mr. Todd has said a number of times that as a municipality we need to identify sites. We've already talked about some sites. So perhaps if you can tell us the point that we need to get it to in terms of a rezoning that would fit on those lands, then we can simply give that direction to staff. I can think of a couple sites off the top of my head. I don't really want to pop them out now. But if you tell us that this site needs to be rezoned as, you know, whether it's institutional or R4, whatever the case might be, then we can give that type of direction to staff, and then we can get moving on that. So
Thank you. Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Baldinelli.
Okay, thank you, Ken, through your mayor. I'll call you Ken because you just.
It's Ken.
But yeah, fantastic report. I know it's multifaceted, House Foosing Street, but you did mention that we had 1,100 out of 1,800 Indigenous in Niagara Falls. 61%.
This week.
This week. Now, how much of an effect do you think it had on the people that around our area in Niagara Falls over the last 3 years, where we've accepted, and I'm not sure how that acceptance works because a lot of people have been enriched by it, and all that money that could have been used to take care of people are taking care of others. It continues on today, and it affects, you know, souvenirs, restaurants, you know, the tourism. But what about the effects on our local population and the unhoused and those that are need assistance?
Well, I don't have quantifiable numbers, but in talking to many people over the last 6 months, you know, whether it's police, emergency room, EMS vehicles, it's you know, even stress on other, you know, social services. It's just, you know, I think Councillor Lococo said it, we don't really even have enough resources to serve our own people. And here on a weekly basis, we're having to service another 1,100 people from outside the community, and the City of Niagara Falls, the region, police, emergency rooms get no financial benefit to offset that additional burden. I just think there's a better model. And I'm not trying to be too critical here, but, you know, other people got to step up and take their fair share. I understand Niagara Falls has a lot of hotel rooms, but that's also a core business of this municipality, is to provide hotel rooms for visitors. So, but I think there's another model where, you know, you look at the other side of who the client is. I'm not so sure it's fair to the evacuees of, you know, the arrangements we're putting them into, or uprooting them and putting them into, like, I'm sure there's a place somewhere, whether it's an old campus somewhere where you could, you know, use it as a training facility and an evacuee center, and, you know, have all the facilities there on an ongoing basis rather than putting them in hotels in Fallsview or on Lundy's Lane. And I just think it's not fair to the residents, because I think Councilor Patel said, when you look around the streets, a lot of what you're seeing are just, you know, evacuees just carrying on their day, not maybe causing trouble, not causing trouble. I don't know what the situation is, but you know, it's leaving the impression on our residents that there's all these homeless people around, and that's really not quite the case.
Yeah, we've had some correspondence on the lack of, you know, policing that basically, and I spoke to a lot of them, and they're very overworked, and they've had too many calls, and they're just, you know, it's not paying attention to our community, and we pay the taxes for it, and et cetera, et cetera. I just like to know from staff, I mean, how do we must have a say on how all these people coming to Niagara Falls and staying in our rooms. I mean, it just can't be, you know, there's lots of rooms within Ontario. I'm not sure why we specifically get targeted. I know there's a lot of money involved. I'm not sure that it benefits, and we had spoken about this during our term, this that it was affecting us and affecting our tourism, but it's just too lucrative. So, you know, I think the last 3 years have been hard, and you'll probably be doing your studies in the last year or so, whatever it's been. And I think it's contributed to it, and I think we got to focus on the available monetary, provincially and federally, that's available, and start putting it to where we need it.
Well, and yeah, I guess back to my point, I don't think it's fair to the evacuees with children and uprooting families. I think there's better solutions that are out there that would help our community and that would help the evacuees themselves in a, you know, I know it's a temporary situation, but it can be several months that they're dislocated, and you know, I think there's a better way to do that. I think there's a better model out there.
Thanks for your point.
Perfect. You timed that one right on. That was excellent. So first thing, Ken, a great big thank you to you and to all the volunteers for being here. We know it's not been easy trying to get different groups to come together to collaborate, but it's happening. And I knew if anybody could do it, it would be you.
It actually was honestly pretty good. There's some great people out there in our community, you know, working every day, volunteering their time. And, you know, don't think that I'm, you know, took this. Judy just wanted to get me out of the house, that's all. So, I mean, that's all this was.
Secretly paying your salary.
Yeah, that's all this was about, you know.
So a couple things that I'm going to look to council to do. One is to, first of all, receive the reports. Second of all, okay, I'll come to you, Councillor Lococo and Councillor Newestag for this. Second thing is there's a motion that I'm going to introduce, so maybe first hear me out before you agree to it. Second part is that motion that I'd like to put on the floor that we, council, enact a steering committee with necessary participants from agencies and city staff consisting of non-elected officials under the leadership of Ken, with the goal of advancing the recommendations, the 12 recommendations in the 78-page report. And lastly, that the report itself be referred to staff and brought back to council with financial implications for implementation. So if you're still comfortable with that, Councillor? Okay, and you're still Councillor that, okay. So that's the motion that I'm going to suggest that we put. So that's going to be moved by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Newestag. And if we have no further discussion, oh, yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. I just want to follow up on Ken's suggestion that we identify sites and have those sites pre-zoned.
Do you want to add that to it?
Yeah, if that could be part of your motion. I think that's an easy one, Your Worship. We already have a couple sites in mind that we know that we can rezone. So if we're just given the information in terms of what the zoning needs to be, again, whether it's industrial or high density, whatever the case might be, then we can follow through on that. So if that could be part of the motion that staff bring back.
Are you good with that, Councillor? Yep, Councillor.
Direction to rezone those properties that we've identified. Then that would get us moving faster.
Yep. Friendly amendment. So everybody understands the motion. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous.
Mr. Mayor, if I could say thank you, first of all, for that. Secondly, I just want to thank, you know, there's a lot of people behind here, too, that were very helpful in getting this report to this stage. City staff, CAO, some of the higher-ups along this side. who were very, very good in giving me some guidance as well. So I really, really appreciate that.
Well, I think we got an opportunity here. It's going to be a made in Niagara Falls solution that a lot of people are going to want to replicate and duplicate. And I can't think of anybody better to put something like that together. So Ken, we tip our hat to you and to all the volunteers. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. We're not going to remove that ankle bracelet off of them. We're going to keep track of you. Don't try to hide from us. Okay, Mr. Clerk, okay, we're good for that. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, anyone following along now, we're at the planning portion of the council agenda. Thank you to those who've been patiently waiting for us to address this. I'll call on our city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Thanks, Your Worship. A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit 99 stacked townhouses within 6 blocks at 5691 through to 6017 Valleyway. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on May 22nd, 2026, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and/or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll now call on Nick De Benedetti, our Planner 2, to provide and explain the purpose and reason for the proposed amendments.
Good evening, Council, Your Worship, members of the public. My name's Nick De Benedetti. I'm a Planner 2 at the City of Niagara Falls. And we're here to discuss official plan and zoning bylaw amendment 2026-002. The applicant's Valleyway Nonprofit Housing Corp. Greg Olson. Proposal is to construct 6 stacked townhouse buildings with a total of 99 dwelling units located at 5961 and 6017 Valleyway. And again, just in this area over here, the area in blue is the location. This gives you a larger scale neighborhood map. It gives you the road network, the current institutional use, and amenity areas. And again, the area here in green is the proposal. Now this gives you a closer look of the actual site itself. There's Shirley Avenue here, Stevens, there's Valleyway located here. Again, the institutional use there. There's a dead-end street over here, which is Signey Street. And then there's the proposal with the institutional use here, again with detached dwellings in this location, a couple of apartment buildings here, and again, singles all along Valleyway. Now, the official plan indicates that the proposal is designated residential and is in the built-up area. The official plan amendment is required to increase the density from 75 units to 92 units per hectare. The residential designation generally policies allow for dwelling units of all types catering of a wide range of households, which includes this townhouse development. Now, the zoning bylaw amendment. The current zone is institutional. The proposal is to rezone it to an R5C density in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200. And the proposal will include, there's a number of parts and regulations that need to be recognized. The reduced minimum lot frontage will be reduced from 30 down to 20. The reduction of the minimum rear yard depth from 10 down to 7.5 meters. The increase of the interior side yard width to the west and east lot lines. So actually we're bumping up the side yard setback to increase it to 6 meters, where the requirement is 5.5. We're actually going to be increasing the interior side yard width to the north, which again, it's 5.5, and the proposal will be at 8 meters. We're actually decreasing the height requirement. So the proposal in this zone, the typical height requirement is 19. We're capping it at 11. Furthermore, there's a parking standard that's being decreased from 1.4 to 1.1. And then the maneuvering aisle is decreasing from 6.3 to 6. So this gives you a proposed layout of what's being contemplated on this site. Again, the access off of Shirley Avenue here. It's not a straight access. It's been purposely designed to have a little of an angle. And then there's a further access that's been introduced off of Valleyway to help assist in traffic. Again, in this corner over here, it's the pitch point. It's only at the 7.5 meters. And then the rear yard increases along this perimeter. Again, the pitch point up here is at the 6 meters, where the proposal is 5.5. No, we just gotta get rid of that. Okay. Again, the pitch point over here is a 6 meter, and then on the top here, we're looking at having the 8 meter interior side yard. So we're actually increasing the side yard requirements that what you typically would have. There also is noted here, there's going to be potential Molochs in the islands there. Those are the little round circles, and they've indicated some snow storage on the perimeters where the landscape area is being shown. Now this gives you a rendering of what's being proposed. Again, there's going to be the rooftop, your typical roof shingles with a porch in the front. There's a step up and also an additional area on top. This gives you the elevation drawings. As noted, the side yards actually are limited to the 1 windows, as indicated, and then that gives you the front perspective and the rear perspective. Now, this is an interesting map. Typically, we're looking at what amenities are located with this proposal. So the area marked where the star is, that's actually where the proposal is going to be placed. And along there are, in the green areas within the 500 meter perimeter radius, there are actually parkettes. There's a Shirley Parkette there. There's Huck Park there. Oaks Park was within the perimeter. There's a the Niagara Falls Lions Club there. So there are close proximity within a 500 meter radius of parks. There's also schools in general location, St. Mary's over here, Valleyway over here, Stanford in this area. There's some commercial nodes. There's Clancy's, the commercial plaza at Stanley and Valleyway. There's also the Day Nursery, which is a commercial entity. There's also some commercial where you have the bakery over here and Scott's Variety over here. There's also the institutional use where the bank is up in this area, just at the corner of Morrison and Portage. There's also obviously the healthcare. Currently, is the hospital in this location for the time being, but also there is also some health center use. There's the medical building there. There's a Valleyway medical building there. There's also the police station in close proximity. And also looking at this, right at the corner of Portage and Valleyway, there are bus stops. There's numerous bus stops where the little yellow dots are. There's actually a bus stop just across here. There's a walkway right about not even 5 minutes away. There's a bus stop here at Scott Street. There's a further bus stop here right on Valleyway, right in front of the institutional use. So there's a majority of close bus stops in the location, and there's the bus network and also the bike network, dashed in red. So this, when you're looking at this, it gives you an overall perspective that where the star is, there is a lot of amenities in close proximity. So moving to the public open house, we had a meeting on March 18th, and there was comments that came out of the meeting from the citizens. So one of the comments was opening Shirley Avenue generates traffic and safety issues. According to the transportation briefs, most of the traffic is anticipated to be utilized on Valleyway entrance rather than the Shirley Avenue. The parking standard is going to be reduced down to the 1.1, and there could be a potential spillover onto Shirley Avenue. Transportation staff completed a technical study to modernize parking rates, which again is being recommended at a 1.1 parking space per stacked townhouse unit. As such, the parking study was not required and spillover is not anticipated. Potential decrease in adjacent property values. The proposal provides an infill opportunity which provincially and local land use policies encourage. The proposal will have 99 attainable units, allowing for adequate separation, contemplated height with adjacent properties, and using existing services. The increase of traffic is minimal, and over time, the value of the properties will see an increase in value. The coordination of installation of basically fencing along the perimeter. Now, the location and type of fencing will be decided during the future site plan control stage. Fencing is typically always a requirement along the property line, and the applicant agrees with the requirement of the placement of the fencing along the lot lines. The privacy, noise, and lighting concerns. The conceptual site plan has designed basically to minimize overlooking onto the neighboring properties in the conceptual site plan. There's no balconies are proposed on the rear or the side elevations. The rear face of the proposed stacked town dwelling maintains a minimum of 7.5, and I indicated that at the pinch point, and it does increase along the rear lot line. Through the site plan control stage, wood fencing, plantings will be addressed, and the applicant agrees with the placement of the wood fencing and additional plantings for privacy. Development is subject under the City of Niagara Falls will be controlled under the noise bylaw. And again, the site plan control process will review the lighting proposed and to make sure that there is zero setback and basically you're not going to be emitting over the lot line. The type of garbage enclosure that will be used, as indicated on the site plan, they're looking at putting the Moloch system, and there were noted some areas on the site plan. The potential pest disturbance. The applicant will have best efforts to make sure that it'll be minimized for potential pest disturbance, and during construction, all debris will be cleared to control any rodent activity. Questions regarding city infrastructure. Now, the city has retained GEI consultants as the third-party modeling to evaluate the wastewater impacts and propose on the townhome development. The study concluded that the development will have minimum impact on existing wastewater system. Larger downstream sewers on Valleyway and Portage in relation to the regional trunk sewer near the Park Street have sophisticated capacity to cover the 2, the 5, and the 10-year design. Is the city consider opening up Shirley and Sydney if the old school site is demolished? The city has no current application for the removal of the school site. Any future application will be reviewed on its merit, and any planning application, again, involving a rezoning will be circulated as part of the public process. Snow removal and whether there is private amenity areas. The location of the snow storage was identified on the site plan. Again, it will be carried out for future property owners, which would be basically the condominium corporation, if there's a heavy snow event, will have to chuck out the snow. There is landscape buffers noted on the site plan. The detailed landscape plan will be reviewed as part of the site plan control process. And again, there's no amenity areas noted on the rear of the dwellings. Concerns about access going through as a through route through Valleyway. Through traffic from Valleyway to Shirley is expected to be minimal due to the design. And as I indicated, it's not a straight access. The actual site plan shows it as curvature. The design, the layout, and the private internal road network. The internal road network is only 6 meters, which is narrower than your typical local road. The roadway is not a straight, and in its physical design will not encourage a convenient cut-through route. As such, Paradigm conducted the most of its traffic using the internal roadways, will consist primarily of the residents and the visitors, and additional signage can be placed to make sure to deter this through access. And finally, now there was a petition that was brought up at part of the consent application that was done back last fall. A member of the public requested that the petition be included from the consent application. The current proposal with the layout and the access on the Valleyway was not included at the time. So basically, they were two different applications, and the members of the public at that time didn't have the opportunity to see the full layout that's been proposed tonight. So, moving to the OP and zoning bylaw justification. The proposal conforms with provincial, regional, and city policies, contributes to the minimum intensification target of the 50% of residential units in the built-up area. It's fully serviced, located in new parks, transit, local commercial amenities, as I noted on the amenity plan. The proposed stacked townhouse dwelling is a maximum 92 units, which is compatible with the existing abutting residential, maintaining low-rise built form, and all units will be sold at the city's benchmark of the attainable values. So basically, they will be selling all those units, all 99 units will be attainable. The rezoning. The rezoning proposal is a site-specific R5C with adequate rear yard buffer. We're increasing the side yards to add additional buffering. Yes, there is the reduction of the standard, but that standard meets our transportation requirement. We are actually restricting the height down from 19 down to 11, and we're blending in the roof designs with a pitched roof with the surrounding neighbors, which is achieving the compatibility of the residential properties. And the proposal contributes to the neighborhood's housing options, introducing a mix of unit types that are consistent with the residential character and existing pattern of the scale development. So the recommendation is council approve the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment located on Valleyway to increase the permitted density, subject to the site-specific R5D density for the proposed 99 stacked townhomes. Thank you.
Done. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. De Benedetti. Questions of council. I've got first Councilor Newestag, Strange, and Lococo. So, Councilor Newestag. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation. I have two questions. How many homes are on Shirley Avenue?
That I maybe get a close-up view. Oop. I mean, Shirley itself, if you go up this way to the corner.
No, Shirley going into like that.
Well, that would be Stevens. So Shirley goes straight up, and then that.
So where this property is going to attach over, like they can go off that way?
Yeah. Basically, this access Shirley will then connect to Scott, and then Scott will go on to Portage. And then this access is Stevens will eventually go out to Drummond Road.
But that little piece, like where it connects from.
Right here?
Yeah. So how many houses are in that little?
That little area, you could probably get about 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 in that in that little perimeter.
So if there's extra traffic going into Valleyway, those people who really experience no traffic right now will see a huge amount of increase in traffic.
Well, again, based on the paradigm study, and after the open house, that's why they updated the study. They indicated at the most the majority of the flow will be coming out the Valleyway, which is 85%. Approximately 15 to 20% will go up this way.
How did they know that?
They did their studies. Paradigm. Well, they're the traffic consultants. They feel that the Valleyway is, if you look at the overall, the majority action is on Valleyway. So if people want to go south, they want to get onto the highway to the police station, down to the main street, down to that area. They're going to be coming off the Valleyway. If you want to go north, really, you're pretty much going to the Meridian Bank down to Queen Street. A lot of the traffic also would come down Valleyway, would go up Drummond, and I guess those are the facts that they looked at.
I don't know if I totally agree with that, but let's go back to the Valleyway. So I don't know of any road that comes out of that. Like, there's no road there right now, right?
No, there's the proposal based on the site plan.
So it's
right
going to be
here.
An actual road?
Yeah, they're going to have right here where I have the dash.
So it's going to be a legitimate.
There's a road access.
Access, but you're saying access. Is it?
It's a road. It's a 6-meter wide road.
Okay, and it'll be named like it'll be a special road.
No, that's an internal road. You don't. It's not a public street. It's an internal road network.
Okay, so if I'm there, to me it looks like I can go out that other area as opposed to coming all the way out going to Valleyway. I guess I just don't see it the same way as this paradigm sees it. If I'm living there, I'm going to go that way as opposed to.
Well, it depends. Everybody takes the shortest route. If you want to go to the police station, why would I want to go down? I would come down Valleyway and go down up Valleyway. If you want to go to the south side, why would I want to go up Shirley? They'll take the shortest route off of Valleyway. You want to get onto the highway, why would I cut up Shirley? I'll go off of Valleyway.
No.
They're always looking at the short. Everybody looks at the shortest route out.
I see the other way as a short way. I look at this and I see all that traffic on Valleyway. I scoot out that way. Anyway, it's the way I drive. But so this is a real road that's coming. It's not. You keep calling it an access. That's why I'm just so.
It would be part of their future consent that they would have an easement that would have a road network connecting on to Valleyway.
An easement or a road?
It's an easement in favor of having the road network.
Okay, so
It's at the bottom line, it's going to be a 6-meter wide road connection onto Valleyway.
So how?
An internal
so
road
that
network.
means 2 cars go.
Yes.
At the same time.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Those are my 2 questions. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wondering, so I know we have 2 access points, but you know, the one on Shirley is going to be obviously very disruptive for the current residents. They've been there for years without having any through traffic there, and I think that's going to be a potential problem. Is there a way that we can use Shirley as an emergency access only for fire department, EMS, that sort of stuff? And we've done it in the past, and I think all Ontario, they do it as well. So we blocked that off as emergency access and have this easement as the road going in and out. I don't know whether that'd be a question for you or for
Ms. Dolch.
Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Councillor. Obviously, emergency accesses are something that we consider at certain times in certain situations. In this case in particular, the easement's not yet secured for the south roadway.
It's not secured?
No, so I'd be hesitant to close this off as an emergency access and, put that chain or bullets across because, again, it wouldn't provide that access at this point. Not to say that the applicant's not intending to secure that easement, but, again, it's predicated on the fact that will this application be approved tonight or will it be denied? They may not have to go through that extra step at this point. In terms of planning and long-term planning, we want to see every connection possible for active transportation, to disperse traffic. And as Mr. Di Bandetti was saying, the easiest point of travel is going to Valleyway. It's Collector Road. It manages more volume of traffic. It's easier to get in and out rather than going up to, obviously, Shirley and out. You have to wind through subdivisions. So most people won't take that path unless they're dedicated to going somewhere in that area specifically. And that's where Paradigm comes up with their assessment, and it's probably best to hear from them if they're here tonight on that. But to close that access point, I would have concerns from a planning perspective. So that would be my concern at this point.
But we do have, I remember in Chippewa, I believe, we had the same type of thing where there was an emergency access and it was closed off. And maybe even Chief Joe, is it acceptable to the fire department as well?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the
Yeah,
councillor.
sure.
So I'll let Mr. Zambito, or Chief Zambito, speak to that directly in terms of emergency access. My concern is we haven't secured another access point. So to agree tonight that it's an emergency access only, I would have some concerns.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess we can hear from Chief Joe.
Chief, I know Optimist Lane, we've got one of those kind of closed lanes for the fire department.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I guess if we were to say hypothetically, if the easement was secured in terms of planning and it met all the conditions that all staff would want in terms of a site plan, it is something that we have done in terms of emergency access in other areas. So we could take a look at that for sure, to limit the traffic for emergency services. But then again, that would be only if all the other areas in terms of planning and the easement, et cetera, were all to the satisfaction of all the city departments. But to answer your question, assuming hypothetically that was done, we could certainly look at that and find an alternative to or some sort of emergency access.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because in the planning report, it explicitly says that the applicant requires an easement over the retained parcel to secure access in perpetuity onto Valley Way. In perpetuity means forever. It is illegally registered on the title of the land at the land registry office. Even if the nonprofit corporation sells the property, in 20 years from now, the easement remains legally binding. The new owner cannot block, alter, or cancel that right of way.
Through you to the councillor. So my concern is that there is no condition on the zoning for that to be done. So if you are considering an emergency access, you are going to have to make sure it's a condition that that easement be secured. Otherwise, we would have no access for this subdivision or for this development.
To that?
Go ahead. Yeah,
that point, Councillor, yep.
Yeah, just on that point, Your Worship, I guess through you to Ms. Dolch. So if the easement is not secured, can the easement go away at this point? Because we're being shown a plan right now that has an access out to Valley Way, but if you're telling us that that easement is not secured, can that easement be deleted at any point?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. That's correct. Right now, obviously, it's in the report. There's no condition that that easement be provided through this report. So that's why I'm cautioning if you do close up that access to Shirley, you could potentially have an issue that there would be no access point. So either way, if the access was open or if the easement is not there, I would suggest that a condition be placed that the easement be provided as a condition of the zoning.
Okay, that I guess that doesn't strike me as normal when we're presented a plan, and then I guess I hear that even after we approve the plan, that can change, like the easement can go away. So, I mean, we're looking at a plan that has access out onto Valley Way. It is somewhat odd to say that all of a sudden we could approve this and then that easement out to Valley Way could go away.
Thank you, Your Worship. So originally that wasn't the original proposal. So the original proposal had no access out to Valley Way. Obviously this has been added as something to address the concerns raised by the residents at the open houses. So that's why this easement's now being suggested. It hasn't been yet applied for though.
Okay. And I just want to say, Your Worship, I tend to agree with the emergency access. Yes, we did it in Chippewa. Yes, we did it at Optimus. We also did it on Beaver Dams. We also did it on Mountain Road. There's a number of different sites across Niagara Falls where we've actually done that, and they've been sites where we have one access in. And I'm not sure, like in the areas that we've done it, they've been larger developments. I don't know how large a development actually has to be before the planning department requires a secondary access. So is this development of that size and nature where it would require a secondary access? Because I can think of other developments that we've done that are just simple townhouse condos, and they're all attached, and there's probably more than 100 units in them, and we only have the one access in and out.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So obviously any development, in my opinion anyway, any development, not to say it can't have one access, but it shouldn't have one sole access without a median. Again, that's only from a planning perspective. So if one access point gets blocked, if the fire trucks need to go in, they can go through the other access on the other side of the median. Again, still can have one access, but you put a median in between to make sure you have another point of in case there's an accident, but you have some barrier in between. That would always be my recommendation if that was the case, or a secondary access point.
Thank you. Councillor Strange, you're done? Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Lococo, then Dabrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess we're all on the same page. We've talked to the same residents. I was speaking to the chief today, and that was one of my suggestions, was about the emergency access. When I read about this easement, if we look at that picture, the one that's at the far left, 5961 residential, the one that's to the right of the green mark, where I guess the easement, right where the road would be. When I Google that, there's a house on that. It's not on that drawing. Is the house being removed? Is it a vacant lot, which I can't see online? Like, what am I not seeing there? Like, if you Google 5961, you look at a house, and there's no house on this, and so the easement is going to be to the left of that lot, or part of that lot?
Through Chair. So the one I'm hovering right here, is that the lot? Yeah, there is a house on there. Yeah. Okay. So for some reason, the mapping didn't catch it, but there is a house there. Actually, there's an apartment building right next to it, but no, you are correct. There is a house. It's not a vacant lot. There is a house there.
Okay.
So
is the easement going over that 5961 property?
No, this, let me get my bearings here. Just hold on one second here. Sorry. This may be, so this is the house that we were talking about. This gives you the air photo. Right here, there is a vacant area, and then to the, if you're looking at straight, then there's, to the left of it is the road access.
Okay, thank you. That explains that. But I am really leery about approving a development where we don't even have this access yet. Originally, when the proposal came, it was just one access on Shirley. Then the residents spoke and expressed their concerns. Now we have two accesses. And like Councillor Newestig, can we go back to that one? If I lived in any of those townhouses up at the top, or to the left there, I would go out that way. I wouldn't go all the way down. So to me, that's half of the development that would be going that way and go out different ways, so you don't have to go down Valley Way. I understand we have a consultant paradigm, but I would go out that way. So when I spoke to Chief Zambito about the emergency access, I told him about Chippewa and could we do that, because the wording in the report actually says fire's preference would be that the access from Shirley be maintained as a regular access driveway. Well, that's their preference. To me, it doesn't say it's mandated or it has to be, so that's why I was wondering if we could do the emergency access. So two things out of this is, yes, I'd like to see an emergency access, but I don't really want to approve a development where we don't have the easement yet. So I'm wondering if we can do something about that. If it takes a motion, I'll put that on the floor, that the easement be taken care of first before the development gets approved.
So maybe we'll ask, so we're not at that point yet.
Yes, but I'm willing to put
if
that
there's
forward.
a way of doing a conditional approval subject to approval an easement, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so what I would suggest is if you're looking at that you would just put a condition. If you were anticipating approval tonight, I would suggest that the bylaw be held pending the successful easement through Committee of Adjustment. Because normally Committee of Adjustment doesn't want to make a decision on an application until they know in some instances, until they know the decision of council. So I think that would be helpful tonight with that condition added.
Okay,
Good.
thank you. So I'll put that motion forward later, that the easement and then the emergency access.
Okay, great, thank you. Counselor Dabrowski.
Yeah, I agree. Through you, thanks for the presentation. I agree. When I leave my house in the morning, sometimes I go left, sometimes I go right. Doesn't matter. And sometimes I end up somewhere where I'm like, oh, why did I go that way today? So we can all speculate on what ifs, but I think it would create a problem on Shirley Avenue. So I can respect everybody's discussion around the table. Regarding the sunset clause, if this development weren't to go, or if it were to go through, but the development didn't break ground, what happens to zoning permission?
Ms. Tolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. So there is some ability, obviously, for the myself to extend it another year, and then there is an ability for them to come to council to extend as well. There are certain circumstances. We do have an internal policy in place to do that, but let's say for hypothetical sakes that they're not moving forward at all, there's no market issue, no nothing, then the zoning permissions would revert back to what they were.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So if there's no further questions of council, thank you, Mr. De Benedetti. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have any pre-registered speakers?
Yes, Your Worship, we do have two that are registered to speak, and then you could go to the gallery as well. And before we call on those members, just a reminder that any members of the public that do wish to speak to this application or report must keep their comments relevant to the subject matter of the application that is before council today. The first speaker that registered is Penny Clendenin.
Okay. Ms. Clendenin? So you just state we know your name, your address, and we've got up to 5 minutes.
Yes, I will try and stay in that 5 minutes. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Penny Clendenin. I reside at 5935 Stephen Street in the Scott subdivision in question. I'm here to share my concerns, as well as many of my neighbors who are all here tonight. Our continued concerns, even though some may have been addressed and they've been all brought up before, but the report, we feel, didn't quite address our concerns. And also, just to go on record, that there was a petition submitted. 31 residents in our area have signed a petition opposing the development and primarily the access from Shirley Street. First, we don't agree with the city's build-up area policy. In this case, we understand the goal of encouraging infill and mixed housing types, but the new development must still respect the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed stacked townhouse development is a major departure from the existing area, which is made up primarily of single-family dwellings. We're also concerned with the intensity, the size of this development being 99 units in that compressed area. It appears to be excessive, leaving little green space, understanding there are parkettes and whatever nearby. Green space, our neighborhood is known as a mature neighborhood with lots of trees. That property line where where Shirley is planned to be opened, there are trees along there that would be removed, and that's what our neighborhood is one of our appeals of our neighborhood. We feel that removal of those would affect the neighborhood's appearance and environmental quality. Traffic access remains a concern of ours. As said with the plan, even though there's curvature put into those roads, the clear option would be to go out Shirley Street. It just seems that way. The fire department has mentioned that would be their preferred access point, so why wouldn't everyone else living there be their primary access point? We respectfully ask council to reconsider, evaluate if the easement is approved, the only ingress egress, as it's a better suited egress location. The emergency exit, I think we would all be fine with that. But as long as it's removing the day-to-day traffic is, I think, our biggest concern. And other concerns we had, and I still feel these are legitimate to the concern, to the project at hand, is that I'd like to just call into record newspaper articles, which are public record and have a direct bearing on this project, as well as the website of the Ontario Home Construction Regulatory Authority, the HCRA. There are articles from 21, 22 in the review, and as well as the standard, specifically to this developer and his past conduct.
I would just caution you to be careful,
Okay.
because we're wading into an area we don't want
Yes.
to go into
Gotcha.
for libelous reasons.
Yep. Okay. It's public record.
Yeah.
If you were to Google it, you would find the information.
And we did get your messages, your emails,
Okay.
so we appreciate that.
So our concern with that would be, again, projects starting that aren't going to finish. There are a lot of those in our city now. We don't want one in our neighborhood. Property values, again, the report mentioned that they feel that the property values would increase, but that would only happen at some point in time once our property values have decreased because of this project. In addition to the proposed price point, it will attract investors of the project. It will attract investors rather than owner occupants. Our concern would be with rental units, absentee landlords, Airbnbs, short-term rentals, all of that comes with those. Shirley Street is currently a quiet dead-end street where children ride bikes, play outside, and gather safely with their friends. Opening it to traffic would change the character of the area and reduce the sense of safety families now enjoy. We understand the historic planning documents once envisioned Shirley Street extending into the planned area, but those plans are 70 years old. And at that time, they would have built similar type of residences. And just on a personal point, the impact of that this is having on residents in our neighborhood. We're a peaceful, close-knit community that makes this neighborhood so special for us. Many are now questioning whether they can remain in this neighborhood. Some neighbors have lived in this community for more than 50 years, and the uncertainty created by this proposal has caused a real concern and anxiety. In summary, we ask council and city staff to carefully consider the long-term impacts this proposal will have on our neighborhood, its character, its safety, and the residents who have invested their lives here. We ask you to reject or significantly revise this proposal so that any development in this location protects Shirley Street and protects and respects the concern of the residents who live, work, and vote here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There may be questions, if I can just,
Okay.
before you run away. Any questions of council for Ms. Clendenin? Okay, so I think the only thing I do want to see if we can get an answer to, you did make mention of vacation rentals. So I didn't know if maybe Ms. Dolge can address that.
Thank you, Your Worship. So vacation rental units would not be permitted in this area. Even with this development, it is only permitted in tourist commercial areas. Owner-occupied short-term rentals are permitted, but the owner would have to be present on site.
Where they would stay in with the owner?
Yes, correct.
With the owner.
Right, and I don't know if you check any short-term rental website, I'll just ask how that's going.
Oh, yeah, we've got, so our manager of bylaw is here today, and Mr. Gallagher, and I can tell you, we've been blitzing and shutting them down very aggressively. So I don't know if, Mr. Gallagher, if you want to address that, to let you know, we're very proactive with it now.
Yeah, again, through the mayor, we're actively blitzing the VRUs. As a matter of fact, we just started this week. We have 72 that have been recognized that we're addressing right now, and we're continuing to monitor daily.
Just by advertising, we go after them.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've been very aggressive. So I want, you have a question? Yes, Councillor Baldinelli?
Just one question. I'm just looking at the overhead view of this, and I see right now, and I'm not sure if it's current or not, they have garden beds?
The church had a community harvest garden where
Right.
people could grow it. They've been evicted.
Oh, it's no
They're
longer?
not operating this year. They were told
So
last
that was
summer
part-
was their last summer, and they're not operating anymore.
That was part of your community togetherness?
It was part of the community togetherness, the
Yeah.
church, and I think even the Daily Bread Food Bank may have even
So the
grown at that
nonprofit,
site.
purchases the lots, nonprofit or entity, nonprofit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep saying nonprofit.
Yeah.
And booted everybody out of it? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
The next registered presenter is Robert Ward.
Mr. Ward, if you can just state your address, please, and then again, you've got up to 5 minutes.
Robert Ward. I'm a resident at 5952 Stevens Street. And as most of you understand now, our biggest concern is the opening of Shirley Street. Okay? Keeping Shirley Street closed would allow the development to change its landscaping and probably add upwards of 20 more lots for parking. Okay? This project is already over density. The normal for the size of this property of 1.08 hectares is run between 47 and 75 stacked houses. You can find this information anywhere on the government sites. I found it. I'm sure City Council can find it. So, by allowing it to expand by 20%, all right, from 75 to 90, 99, and decreasing the parking from 1.4 to 1.1 is just against what your planning says, that we should not be so dense. That's why he would like to have this assessment or this amendments done. So by keeping the project smaller, and I know that the project's going to go ahead at some point, it's the government, the provincial government is demanding this be done. Infilling is what's going to happen. We could keep this at a smaller project, change the landscaping, increase the parking back to 1.4, keep Shirley Street closed, one access point, which you have in many areas in the city, especially a new one over on Portage there at behind St. Antoine Church, over, I think it's 150 units, one entrance. Okay, so that takes care of what everybody is worried about. Shirley Street opened up, an emergency exit, like I see over by the Optimist Club and all that. It's a great idea. Solves the problem. Okay, downsizing solves the problem. So many amendments are wanted for this thing. It just makes it sound like it's just there to make a money grab, rather than to fit into our area. It's a very quiet neighborhood, okay? So the parking is one thing, density is another, right? Keeping Shirley close also prevents a thoroughway from Valleyway to Scott Street, and that would be what everybody wants, right? So.
Thank you. Let me check yes, see what questions we've got. Councillor Patel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming to the council chambers and telling us what you're worried about. And I'm with you. My major concern about this development is the access from Shirley Avenue and the overflow parking coming onto the Shirley and Scott.
Right.
Even if you have emergency exit, it's just closed with the gates or chain. People can still park on the stairs.
Oh, yeah.
Shirley and Stevens, they'll just walk right over. And I agree,
Yeah.
parking. Reducing parking is something we are doing lately, but our parking standards are saying 1.4%. And I want to ask Ms. Dolge, what happens if we don't approve the reduced parking?
Ms. Dolge?
Thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, if council chooses not to approve the reduced parking, they could appeal. They do have appeal rights to the Ontario Land Tribunal. I will advise, though, that our parking study that's been recently done by our Transportation Division did make a recommendation at 1.1 spaces per unit.
So would we be able to see the study? Would that pass down to us? Because I was just wondering that it's the studies done with the broader data from Ontario, or it was done just from Niagara Falls data?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to just pass it over to Mr. Nickel.
Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. We have done actual site surveys of similar sites, a broad spectrum of sites, apartments, multi-res units, townhouse units, to get a sense of what the range of actual parking demands are on site. And those are what are used to guide our new zoning bylaws, that bylaw rates that will be coming forward at a time when the zoning bylaw is going to be updated. We have successfully implemented that on a number of applications. And we often will also use proximity to transit, because we don't, we can't force everyone to use transit, but if we want to encourage transit, we can't always provide reliance on an auto vehicle.
So to that point, through you, Mr. Mayor, so when you took that data in consideration, was the transit used and parking fines that issued, was everything taken in consideration?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we actually physically had people survey actual sites. And some sites were close to transit, some sites were not close to transit. We had sites in Niagara, there were sites throughout Southern Ontario that were included. So we have a sense of what the actual demands are for similar sites. And it's a range, depends on demographics, the number of bedrooms in those units and those sort of things. But we have ranges that were down below 1 space per unit. Generally, what this rate results in is 1 car dedicated per unit, and that can be dealt with through the arrangements of the purchase of the unit, and then 1 visitor space for every 10 spaces, or for every 10 units. So that we know that there's not going to be visitors all the time, and if there are, streets like Valley Way do have on-street parking, and so there are places in the community for that periodic time when things overflow.
Thank you. The parking is a major concern for me, and I do know that when the holidays happen, people have friends and family come over. You have maybe 10 parking spaces for visitors, and other cars will be parked on a neighborhood street, so that will be concerned, because I have friends who live in the development like this, and we avoid to go to their house because you cannot find parking around there. So that will be a concern. So that's my major concern.
Well, that's why I think that it should be downsized, change the landscaping, keep Shirley closed, and that will increase your parking by 20%.
Well, that makes sense. If we close the Shirley access, if we don't really require that.
Right now it's just questions. So right now just questions of the presenter.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
After for you. Thank you.
Yeah, there'll be time for the dialogue. Any other questions for Mr. Ward? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone else registered? We don't. Is there anyone else here other than the applicant who wishes to address? Come forward. Just state your name, your address, up to 5 minutes. Try not to repeat, because we've heard don't close or don't open up Shirley. Like, we've heard those things. So if you got anything new.
Well, I just want to thank you, Mayor, and members of council. My name is Anna Morocco. I live at 5122 Cabot Drive. I'm probably one of the longest residents in that area. And I just want to speak to the point where Mr. Benedetti said the shortest route would be Valley Way, because if you go out Shirley, you end up at Portage and Morrison. That is incorrect. If you go out Shirley, you end up at Scott, which goes on to Portage. So it's not very far. So yes, if you go to Portage to Morrison, you wouldn't want to go that way. But if you want to go out Shirley, you go to Scott, you get a nice exit. You're not sitting at Drummond Road for 10 minutes. You're not sitting at Valley Way. So I just wanted to make a point on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. Any questions of Ms. Morocco? Any questions? Okay, you're good. Thank you. Is there anyone else other? Yes, if you'd like, step forward again. Name, address, up to 5 minutes. Try not to repeat.
Okay, I'll try. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I've never done this, so hopefully. Can I go to, I don't know if I can scroll, but the image of just our subdivision with the houses. Am I able to?
Well, they'll do it. They'll get you.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, we got 2 people.
No, where it zoomed in a little bit. Back. Do I just do this? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want to mess it up. Okay. So 2 years ago, I moved, where's my cursor? Right here. So this is my home, 5134 Shirley Avenue. I specifically moved to this area with my 3 small children. We're going through a little bit of a transition in life, but I specifically moved to this area because of this being a dead end, a very quiet residential neighborhood. Obviously, it's been reiterated, we don't want Shirley opened up for this reason, but I just wanted to highlight that out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 homes just at the end of this street, there are 15 small children. Sorry, I'm shaking a little bit. From age, ranging from the age of 6 months old to 14 years old. They all play in this area. By opening that up, I do fear it's going to create a significant safety concern. So that's really all I have
Fair
to say.
enough. And any questions for our presenter? No? Okay, thank you for that.
I'm probably a little too
Appreciate that.
nervous.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay, seeing none, thank you for all of your input. Now, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. Oh, can we go back to our presentation? You're on to the next one. Yeah, you should have an applicant's presentation. It's okay. Well, while we're pulling that up, Your Worship, for the record, my name is Rocky Vaca. I'm a partner at the law firm Sullivan Manny. With me, I have Mary Lou Tanner of MPG Solutions. She's the land use planner for the applicant. So Mary Lou is going to be addressing the planning merits of the application and the issues and concerns raised by the area residents. I'd like to begin by recognizing the work put in by your planning staff in assessing the application and challenging the applicant to make changes that further the goal of a compatible infill development. We believe what is before you meets that goal. For the record, we have reviewed the recommendation report and accept all of the recommendations as set out in the staff report. So as you've heard, the project includes 99 stacked townhouses within 6 blocks. The units will be sold below the attainable threshold of $567,574, with the majority of units being at $399,000. That's all the units will be attainable. On the issues of access, the proposed access will be through Shirley Avenue, as you've heard, and via an easement with Valueway Nonprofit Housing to Valueway. I can advise that there is an agreement of purchase and sale that secures that easement. It would have to go to your committee of adjustment for approval in order for it to be registered on title. But there is a contractual right to that easement as soon as the transaction is closed for these lands. You will hear that having only one access through easement lands leaving Shirley Avenue as an emergency access only not only represents, I'm going to suggest poor planning, you've heard from your planning director, Ms. Dolch, but makes the development very difficult to finance and to sell units to the public, having a sole means of access through easement lands. And that hasn't been addressed yet. Studies that have been completed and have been accepted by staff supporting the development include a noise impact study, environmental site assessment, phase 1 and 2, archaeological assessment, tree inventory and preservation plan, urban design brief, planning justification report, a transportation brief which supports and recommends full access to Shirley Avenue. All of the following commenting agencies and departments do not object to the development: Region of Niagara, DSBN School Board, Mississauga of the Credit First Nations, 6 Nations of the Credit Union, 6 Nations of the Grand River, Cities Building Services, Cities Fire Services, which, if you read the report, expresses a preference that full access to Shirley Avenue be maintained for fire safety. Urban Design and Landscape Services, Municipal Works, Transportation Services, which, as you've heard, supports the proposed 1.1 parking spaces per unit and acknowledges that traffic is expected to be nominal from Valley Way to Shirley Avenue and vice versa. Legal services does not object. GIS services do not object. In other words, no professional expert, consultant, circulated agency, or city department objects to the proposal. Respectfully, the only objections before you are from the area residents, which I respect, but the issues they have raised have already been fully investigated and signed off by the experts, including your city staff. I'm now going to call on Mary Lou to discuss the planning merits and take you through the PowerPoint. I'll be back with concluding remarks, and I'll be discussing the financial benefits of the development and dealing directly with the issue of easement as not good access for legal reasons.
Thank you very much. Just to reiterate, my name is Mary Lou Tanner. I'm a senior partner with NPG Planning Solutions. Our office is in Niagara Falls. So let's move to our presentation, and I'm not going to propose to repeat what Mr. Benedetti shared with you because there are some commonalities, and in the interest of time, we can move forward. So just the importance of this particular air photo and showing the subject lands in relation to Shirley Avenue. This would be lands that would be a future severance off of the broader parcel, which is owned by Valley Way Nonprofit Housing. The easement would also be provided through, as Rocky said and Ms. Dolch said, an easement that would have to be approved by the Committee of Adjustment. We fully intend to apply for those. However, the Committee of Adjustment did request that we get Council's position on the development before we proceed with those applications. So that's the sequencing that we are working towards. Oops. So Mr. Benedetti showed you an air photo of the subject lands. This colored visualization just gives you a bit more context. The subject lands are shown, the lands that are shown in blue are institutional uses. The orange ones are higher density residential, and then the lighter beige are lower density residential. And you can also see the street network here with Shirley Avenue and Valley Way, as well as Portage Road. This is the proposed development. We've heard an awful lot about it this evening, but just confirming this is the drawing and the proposal that we are working towards, and the zoning bylaw has been tailored to this specific development. Want to touch a bit on the issues of affordable and attainable housing. The anticipated sale price is $399,000. All 99 units would meet the city's requirements for both affordability and attainability, and there are a range of unit sizes within the development, so it is attractive to families of different sizes. This is the built form and massing drawing that Mr. Benedetti showed you. The proposed official plan amendment is site-specific, so it would be tied to this development at a density of 92 units per hectare for stacked townhouse dwellings. It's a very tight official plan amendment, and it would apply to the blue block, which is the developable lands. The zoning bylaw, as Mr. Benedetti touched on, is residential apartment 5C. I'm actually going to skip by this because the next slide we have gives a bit more context of where the variances are. So if we start with the minimum lot frontage, this is it's required to be 30 meters. The actual circumstances are it would be 20 meters. We cannot meet 30 meters because of where the road frontage is at Shirley Avenue. The minimum rear yard setback, if we look to the lower right in the orange box, that is proposed at 7.5 meters, as Mr. Benedetti said. That's a bit of a pinch point, so it narrows down, but it is wider as we move further along in the development. Moving to the left-hand side and starting with the parking requirements, there's been a lot of discussion about those. The city's transportation study is 1.1 spaces per unit, which is what we're proposing. The width of the parking aisle would be 6 meters instead of 6.9 meters. 6 meters is quite common and does work for vehicles backing in and two vehicles moving in opposite directions. And finally, the building height. The zone we're proposing has a height of 19 meters. We are voluntarily reducing that to 11 meters, which is generally consistent with what a two-story house would be. I want to move now to public concerns and responses that we heard through the open houses and the written materials and discussions with residents. So the first issue of privacy, as Mr. Benedetti indicated, there will be no balconies on the rear side elevations so that people don't have overlook from the higher units. We have been requested to include a 2.5 meter tall wood fence, and we're supportive of that, as well as additional landscape buffering. All of that will be dealt with through the site plan process. With compatibility, stacked townhouses are a lower density residential form of development. We have made adjustments at the request of city staff to increase certain building setbacks to provide greater distance from existing residential homes in the existing residential community. And then making certain choices that I'll share with you in a minute about emphasizing Valleyway as the primary access. And in terms of noise, as Mr. Benedetti indicated, noise is subject to the city's noise control bylaw. Parking, I've touched on. Municipal infrastructure, there were no concerns with the ability to service the site, and increased traffic on Shirley Avenue. So let's just share a bit more than that is on this slide. Paradigm Transportation Consultants are professional engineers who do transportation engineering and traffic engineering. Their data comes from Niagara Falls data. They use data from across Ontario, but this study also incorporates Niagara Falls data. They survey people who live in this community about their travel choices, so that is incorporated into their model. Their conclusion is that there will be 6 to 7 vehicles to use Shirley Avenue, which is in what's called the peak traffic hours, either in the morning or the afternoon, which represents approximately 12 to 17% of projected site traffic. But we understand the concerns. I mean, I don't want to say that we don't. We do understand the concerns. So in discussions with our client, we really want to commit to de-emphasizing Shirley Avenue as an access. Mr. Benedetti talked about the curved nature of it, and that will remain. It is a 6-meter road, whereas the city road portion is 8 meters. We are going to put signs up that indicate no through traffic. It will be on the private side on our client's lands, and we will ensure that there's landscape treatment at the entrance. So it really does not look like a place anybody coming down Shirley Avenue will go, that's a street, I'm going to go there. Those will all be private roads within the development. We also want to emphasize the Valleyway access. So similarly, we will put no through traffic signs up. There will be a feature wall at the Valleyway entrance, so people know that that is an entrance to the development. And there will be a warning clause in the future purchase and sale agreements that Valleyway is the main and preferred access, while Shirley Avenue is secondary. Just want to touch on one other issue that came up in questioning related to the gardens that are on site. The representatives of Valleyway Nonprofit are here. Those gardens have been relocated to the other side of the building, and they're for residents of their nonprofit. And so people do have access to community gardens, but it's not in the location that you would see on the air photo. So in conclusion, this development is in the public interest. It has been reviewed by city staff, by agency staff. The technical reports have been completed. It does create new housing and provides affordable home ownership and attainable home ownership. It implements intensification on an underutilized parcel of land. To the best of our ability, we've worked to address comments and feedback from residents, and we are committed to Valleyway as the primary access. I should also add that our client did try to obtain an access through the church lands to Portage Road and spent several months trying to do that. That was ultimately not successful and resulted in the Valleyway easement approach being brought forward. I'll now turn it back to Rocky, who will conclude.
Okay, if we can go to the last slide, I'm not sure if you can assist me with that. Oh, sorry? Oh. Okay. Didn't know I could do that. Okay, so dealing with the financial impact of the development. So total development charges and permit fees would be $2,254,270. Annual property taxes would be $3,500 per unit times 99 units. Estimated construction costs $35 million. Construction labor hours anticipated to build out the project is over 200,000 hours. That's a lot of employment income to our trades. And again, the price of the units will generally sell for $399,000. So there is some substantial financial benefits to this project. Now, the complaint I often hear is that projects get approved, but shovels don't go in the ground. And I think that's what led to the sunset clause provision you've been using. I can assure you that's not the case here. This developer has a proven track record. Over 220 total units have been approved and completed in the region by this developer, and he is in the process of obtaining site plan approval and permits for a 3-story building on Stanley Avenue that you approved several months ago. You may recall that approval. If approved, this will be built. Moving on to the Shirley Avenue issue. So you've heard Mary Lou Tanner's opinion. You've also heard your planning director's opinion that mandating Shirley Avenue to be emergency access only is not good planning. I want to remind you that the staff report and all commenting departments on this issue do not support emergency access only. Nowhere in any of the comments, nowhere in your staff report does it suggest or recommend emergency access only. In particular, your fire department's comments in the report, again, prefer that Shirley access be open, and your transportation department reviewed Paradigm's report and also confirmed that Paradigm's recommendation that it remain open ought to be followed. So, fundamental problem with making Shirley Avenue emergency access only is the ability to finance this project and to sell units to unit owners who more than likely have to get mortgages to buy the units. I'm sure we all have mortgages or had mortgages. I dare you to contact a bank and say, I want a mortgage, I'm buying this new residential unit, but the only access is through an easement that is not owned by the developer, it's not owned by the condo corporation, and there's no other access because Shirley Avenue has been closed off or is emergency access only. The answer you're going to get is, seriously? You want us to give you money when there really is no legal access? It's an easement. And your solicitors here, there's many cases where easements in perpetuity have been registered in title and they've been removed from title through court application for various reasons. So I'm telling you right now, if that is the only access through an easement, this project is not going to go anywhere. And you're going to force us to basically go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, because I've never heard of an approval from the Ontario Land Tribunal of a development where the only access is through easement lands not owned by the developer and not owned by the municipality. So that's the lay of the land. You're free to ask your city solicitor if she agrees with that assessment. Now, there's discussion about other examples. Optimus Lane, Chippewa. I'm sure there are many others in the city. Again, the distinction is, in all those cases, there is access through a public road. Optimus Lane, it's through Victor Road, which goes right in front of my office. Public access. It's a road, city road. This is not a city road. This is a private road leading to the condominium, which is not owned by the condominium corporation and not owned by the developer. Chippewa, same thing. There is legal access through a public road, and that's why there is emergency access through the other route. So that is the major problem. Now, I asked my client, have you talked to the Valley Housing Corporation about buying the property instead of an easement? Not going to happen. Way too much money. Problem is, he made the deal with the easement because he believed that would satisfy planning, which I believe it has. And now he's been asked to go back and consider having Shirley Avenue closed. He went back, and what they want to buy that property just doesn't make sense. This development is done. So that's where that stands. think those are all my comments. I just tried to address some of the comments that were made by the public, but I'd love to agree to have Shirley as emergency access only. If there was legal access through a public road to Valueway or lands that the condominium corporation owns. Someone mentioned the development, the Millennium Towns behind St. Antoine's. That's my client who developed that. I got that approval. The density was much higher than what you're looking at today. Difference is, it is a public road, a private road owned by the Condo Corp taking you to Portage. There's no issue. No issue of getting financing to build it. No issue of getting mortgages to buy a unit. So that's the biggest problem. That's the conundrum we're in, okay? Those are my comments. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vaca and Ms. Tanner. So first I've got Councilor Lococo, Dabrowski, Newestag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Easy question through the mayor to, I'm not sure who. When will the development start? I know that Mr. Vaca said that it will start. Do you know when? One of the residents was asking when it would start.
I'm assuming it'll follow the same timeline as Stanley, where 1 year? Yeah. 1 year for site plan. So basically what happened at Stanley Avenue is we got the approval. He immediately began doing the drawings and the work for site plan approval. So within 1 year, he'll have approval and shovels will be in the ground.
Okay, thank you. I guess my more difficult question, Mr. Vaca said that maybe we could talk to our legal. Is this an opportunity that we can go in camera and speak to legal, or can our legal give us some information right now, some advice now?
Yeah, well, depending on the question, we can ask our solicitor if it's something she can answer in open, or she'll need to go in camera. Did you want to ask her the question? And
yes, further to what Mr. Vaca said about the that the access is not owned by the developer and it's not a public road, that there would be issues with financing and people getting mortgages and that sort of thing. So, and I know Ms. Dolch said that maybe that wasn't the best planning argument. The fire department does say fire preference would be an access from Shirley be maintained as a regular access driveway, and that's where I looked at the word preference. Usually it's mandatory or required, and I thought maybe it was a little bit, but now we hear different information that it's not the property, that it's not owned by the property, and it's not a road. So I would like some legal advice on that.
So, Ms. Pignardi, so the first question, if you agree with the statement that, you know, it's going to be a challenge to get any kind of financing if they don't own it or the municipality doesn't own it, it's just simply an access easement agreement. Is that something you can answer us here?
Through the chair, it sounds like a question for legal advice, so it's not something that I could address in open council.
Okay. So if
I'd like to put a motion forward that we go in camera and receive legal advice.
Okay. So, yeah, our CAO is asking to speak, yes?
Yeah, just for efficiency, maybe put all the questions out,
Yeah,
save
legal
any
questions.
ones, save any other legal ones, that way we don't have to go back and forth.
Yeah, good idea.
Thank you.
So is there any other questions
No,
in the
that was
meantime? That was it? Okay, so we'll go to Councilor Dabrowski, then Newestag.
Yeah, 4552 Portage Road, is that subject to an easement, or what other developments within the municipality, maybe we can get that answer after, that would look similar to this development? Because I'm wondering, to Mr. Vaca's point, is it a safety or operational concern, or is it basically we're talking about the mortgage? So maybe I can get those answered in camera, or I'll give planning staff an opportunity to look into that address and others.
Okay.
Yeah, just by way of clarification, that is the Millennium Towns address you're talking about behind St. Antoine's, 4552. Yeah.
Okay. So,
And if there's others.
okay. And Councilor Newestag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question to Mr. Vaca. You made a comment that they can't afford to buy the property, the easement road, but that kind of leads me to the question, are they able to afford this development if they're not able to afford to buy road? And to Penny's point, we don't want to have a development that gets started and can't finish. So I'm now kind of concerned about the financial ability of this applicant if they're not able to even buy a road, if that makes sense for their project to go through.
So the scenario is a deal was made. So my client was locked into an agreement to buy the lands and with an easement if he gets permission from the Committee of Adjustment. He then had to pivot back and basically say, well, can I buy the property instead? So basically, when that happens, how do I put this politely? Somebody has you over the barrel. They know you need this, and the price given is based on the fact that you're desperate and you need it. So that's where we're at on that. And I'm not going to disclose a number, but it would be the most expensive strip of land for roads to cross that I've ever heard of in the city of Niagara Falls.
So it's really not fair on this church, or on this community that's selling. Okay, no, that's good, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I do have a question through you to Mr. Vaca as well. In terms of the easement, once the easement is in place, what else can it be used for other than access?
Well, the easement will be for access in favor of the developer or condo corporation once it's formed. Problem is, all easements have terms and conditions and requirements. And that's where you get into some issues of whether you're fulfilling the provisions in the easement. A new buyer comes in. I don't think Valueway not-for-profit housing is going to be an issue, but down the road, if someone acquires that property, there's a risk. And I can give you cases where easements in perpetuity have been removed by a judge, in cases where there has been breaches or there has been some gray areas in the easement. That's the concern. And when you go to a bank and say, you know, I want to build this, it's $35 million of construction, and they say, okay, well, what's your legal means of access? Well, I have it through an easement that goes to Valueway. So you don't own that property? No. The condo corporation doesn't own that property? No. So basically, you're at the mercy of the third party that owns it, that at any point in time can challenge the easement, and that's going to tell the bank, yeah, I don't think we want to do this. And even if they do get financing and you're looking to buy a unit, good luck getting a mortgage in that circumstance where the only legal access, and if you make Shirley emergency access, the only legal access will be to Valueway, and it's on lands that are not owned by the city, not owned by the developer, not owned by the condo corp, owned by a third party, pursuant to an easement agreement that gives you the right to use it. And you know how agreements go. They get challenged, they get deleted from title. So, and I'm sure your lawyer is going to be addressing those questions.
And the only reason
camera.
for not acquiring the land would be financial?
Yes. That's the only reason.
Thank you.
Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Vaca, I think. So in the future, if the property gets sold and the easement agreement gets denied, declined, or gets canceled, then Shirley Avenue becomes the primary access to that development. Is that true?
I don't see how it could become primary access when the approval
That's
makes
the
an
only
emergency.
access, would that be? No, in the future. Because your recommendation of staff is saying that we should keep the Shirley Avenue access open. So if you
Yes.
keep that access open, an easement in the future when the property gets sold and that agreement gets canceled, then Shirley Avenue becomes the only access to the development.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. But in that case, you can finance it, you can get a mortgage because there is legal access that will never go away. It's a public road. Whereas relying on easement lands as your only means of legal access is not going to get you anywhere for financing and for selling units.
So having an easement is not really answering all the concerns we have about traffic going to Shirley. So you kind of just answered the question. If the property gets sold, then Shirley Avenue becomes a primary access.
I'm not saying if it gets sold, it automatically. The new owner would have to try and challenge the easement. Okay, that's what will have to happen. Yes, possibility of that happening, probably very slight. But when you go to a bank and say, well, yeah, you have an easement, yeah, there's a 90% chance it'll never go away. But if it does, we've lent money to you to a house that no longer has legal access. So unless we start putting helicopter pads, you're not gonna have access to that house legally. That's the problem.
Thank you.
Councillor Dabrowski.
And through you, and it might be to staff. So, to Councillor Patel's point, if we left emergency access open only on Shirley, and we left the easement the way it is as the main focal point of access into and out of that development, if one day down the road that did happen where the easement was removed, could we reverse that emergency access to open it up to Shirley?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, that would be up to council. You'd have to bring it back, bring it forward to remove.
Thanks.
Okay, if there's no further questions, so what we're gonna do, folks, we are gonna go in camera in our committee room. So just assume we're gonna be in there for 15 minutes. If you have to go to the washroom, it's a good chance, smoke break, and we'll resume right after we get our legal questions answered. Oh, just before we do, folks, Councillor Strange, need a motion to go in camera, seconded by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, we're going in camera. Thank you. Thank you for that, Bill. Well, everyone, welcome back. We just concluded going in camera to get legal advice from our solicitor, and we're going to reconvene once again in open session. So we are prepared here for council. Any questions that you have at this point? Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question that came from a resident on page 5 of the agent's proposal. It talks about the anticipated sale price of $399,000, but below it, it has the affordability rate. Is that just showing us what the affordability rate would be in Niagara Falls? That's not what they're selling them for. They're all $399,000. Is that what I'm getting out of that?
So, Mary Lou?
Thank you very much, Mayor Diodati. Through you to Councillor Lococo. The affordability rates in the chart are what the city has set in terms of its housing impact assessment requirements for applications.
But it's not the value of the homes. Someone was reading it that it was the value of the homes, but you're selling it for $399. That's not it. It's $399. That's what the value is. But our affordability criteria is the 517 and the 567.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions of council?
Yeah, one more question.
Yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There was one concern about the fencing behind the development from one of the residents. So is that going to be 8 feet tall fence?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's 2.5 meters, and it'll be a solid board wood fence. Yes, that will be dealt with through the site plan process.
No privacy fence then?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions of council, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. I'll go to Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I propose the recommendations that are on the proposal with an addition, and it says that the applicant must secure permanent access to a public road being Valleyway to support the development as per the applicant's traffic study, and that access to Shirley Avenue be used as an emergency access only.
Okay, and we've got a second by Councillor Dabrowski. Do we have any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. So thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time today. So you understand, everyone understands what happened. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience. Is it same one? Okay. Mr. Clerk, please introduce the next item on the agenda.
The second public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit the construction of a 6-story residential apartment dwelling with 57 units at 6104 Garner Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on May 22nd, 2026, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment and bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'm now going to call on Chris Room, one of our planners, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council and staff and any area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application file number AM 2025-033 for the property at 6104 Garner Road. This application has been submitted by Maria Nguyen and proposes to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw to increase the density and rezone the subject lands to facilitate the construction of a 6-story residential apartment containing 57 residential dwelling units. Subject lands are located on the east side of Garner Road, south of Lundy's Lane, and are surrounded by commercial and residential uses to the north, detached and townhouse dwellings to the east and south, and agricultural lands to the west, which are the location of the future Garner West secondary plan area. Subject lands are currently designated residential, which permits 6-story apartments along arterial roads within a density range of 75 to 100 units per hectare. This application proposes a density of 150 units per hectare, triggering the need for the official plan amendment. The lands are zoned as a development holding zone, which is intended to accommodate future development through an implementing zoning bylaw amendment. This application proposes a new site-specific R5E zone to permit an apartment dwelling with site-specific provisions. Staff at this time are also recommending the inclusion of a holding provision until a revised functional servicing report has been submitted to the satisfaction of city staff. Should a new FSR be submitted prior to the bylaws coming back to council, which has addressed staff's comments, the provision may be omitted from the amending bylaw. This slide depicts the proposed site layout. The apartment is situated on the north side of the site, allowing for parking on the south side and into the rear yard with landscaping along Garner Road and Angie Drive. Amenity space is provided in the front and the rear yard and via a rooftop patio and private ensuite balconies. The requested site-specific provisions consist of a front yard depth of 6 meters plus a 13 meters to the center line of Garner Road, a rear yard depth of 8.74 meters, an exterior side yard width of 3 meters, 1.14 parking spaces per unit, a maneuvering aisle width of 6 meters, a minimum landscaped open space of 33.2%, and a canopy projection of 3.02 meters. This slide here just depicts the renderings of the south and west elevations of the building. I just wanted to highlight the architectural treatments like the entrance canopy, the building materials, and the balconies that break up the building mass. The building is also, it provides a clear relationship to the public realm and the building itself while maintaining a distinct sense of place through its orientation and detailing. Public open house was hosted by the applicant and their agent on April 2nd, 2026, and notice for that public open house was circulated to all property owners within a 120 meter radius of the subject lands on March 19th, 2026. 3 members of the public attended the open house, and concerns were raised regarding poor drainage in the Shapton Crescent area, light trespass, and sidewalk extensions, to which staff have provided the following response. With regards to drainage, while it is not the responsibility of the applicant to address the existing drainage issues, staff are aware of this issue and have noted that the sanitary sewers and storm sewers within the Angie Drive subdivision are still under developer maintenance. This site is located away from these drainage concerns and will not contribute to the existing conditions. Stormwater from the area will be conveyed to the existing stormwater management facility located south of the property, which is expected to have adequate capacity for this development. With regards to light trespass, a photometric plan will be required with the site plan control application and must demonstrate that there is 0 light trespass at the property lines. And with regards to the sidewalk extensions, a 1.5 meter sidewalk is proposed along Garner Road abutting the site, and this will be secured at the site plan stage and will be the responsibility of the applicant to install. The Angie Drive sidewalk has already been extended towards Garner Road. The proposed development conforms with provincial, regional, and city policies as it is transit supportive, supports the achievement of a complete community, and will assist the city in meeting its intensification targets. The proposal will minimize urban land consumption, efficiently use underutilized land, and is serviced by existing municipal services with no transportation or traffic impacts expected. And the introduction of additional multiple dwellings will contribute to the diversification of housing supply within the urban area as prescribed by the 2024 PPS regional and city official plans. As such, staff recommends that council approve the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to redesignate the lands to permit apartment dwellings with a density of 150 units per hectare and rezone the lands from a development holding zone to a site-specific R5E zone to permit the construction of the 6-story apartment building. And that council authorize the inclusion of a holding provision in the amending bylaw to require the submission of a revised functional servicing report to the satisfaction of city staff, and that council authorize the amending bylaw to include a sunset clause to require the execution of a site plan agreement within 3 years of the amending bylaw coming into effect. And that concludes the presentation for this application.
Thank you very much. Questions of council? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. Room. My question is regarding the industrial BV glazing. We've had this discussion before. This report and the last report said that BV glazing is a Class 2 industrial, and BV glazing and the owner said it was a Class 3. So my concern, the comment on the report says it's not expected to infringe upon any environmental permits or nearby businesses. But we know from past from the past, when there's a complaint, the Minister of Environment has to deal with it, and then that onus is on the business. Do you have any comments? Who did we rely on for this Class 2 designation?
Right, through the mayor to the councillor. We referred back to the land use compatibility study that was submitted to designate it as a Class 2. And further, there was, if you're familiar with the development just to the north of the property, what came last year, it was the same designation as well, so we're just relying on those two studies.
So we relied on, did they provide a study this time, or did we rely on the last study?
Through the mayor, they provided a study this time that we
Okay,
relied
so
on.
this study says Class 2 again. Again, I'll put it out there, like we need to have a better system. I don't think it's fair or accurate that we're relying on a developer's consultant to put a classification on an industrial business when the business itself, they know what they're doing, how many hours they're open, how much noise they make, and they're saying they're a different class. So I know that's not something that we can deal with, but every time we get closer to industrial, we have these competing interests. Yes, we want to support industrial. Yes, we want residential. But when the two of them are colliding, we end up with issues. So I hope we don't get any issues.
Maybe we'll go to our planner. I mean, do we get an independent peer? Because obviously they both have their own motives for the different classification. What do we do in this case? How do we decide?
Thank you, Your Worship. So usually we evaluate their study work. We assess whether we agree with the fact that they've decided it was a Class 2 facility. We do vet it a little bit. If we do have concerns, we go to a peer review situation. In this case, we don't have those concerns at this point in time, so we haven't gone to a peer review. But if that's something that's required, we could do that. We've done it in the past, but like I said, it's not something we automatically do. It's something if we've raised concerns, like something's not adding up in their reports or not making sense, we need expert advice beyond what we can do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I did send the report to the owner, and that they didn't get back to me. I guess that says they're not concerned. So we'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of council for Mr. Room? Okay, I think we're good at this point. Thank you. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody registered? No. Is there anybody here other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Ethan Lamont. I'm a senior planner with Upper Canada Consultants. I do have a presentation prepared, but I think in the interest of time, I'll forego the presentation, and I'm just happy to answer any questions.
Okay, sounds good. Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Lamont? Lamont?
Lamont.
Lamont, okay.
Good enough.
Okay, I think we're good. We've got our questions answered. Thank you very much. Where are we here? Here we are. All right. Public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Dabrowski? Okay, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Okay. Back at you. Thank you, Kira. You don't have to go. You can stay. I actually kind of prefer you. You're less noisy. You smile more. No chip bags crunching. That too. No flatulence, you know.
He smelt it, dealt it.
Oh, Dory, I'll pay for that. Yes. So, Mr. Clerk, so we've got some. Do we need motions for deferral on a couple of the issues on the agenda?
Yes. So 9.1, 9.2 are a couple of matters that, just like last meeting, we know that Councillor Curio was curious about, and in his absence, I think that from what I'm hearing from this council is that they would like to entertain a motion for deferral.
Okay. So we got a motion by Councillor Dabrowski. And 9.5. Yes, that's right. That was the other one, right?
Yep, we can do them all at once.
Okay. So 9.1, 9.2, 9.5, motion by Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by Councillor Strange. If there's no discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So we will move on to 9.3. So.
I'll move the fee waivers, Your Worship.
Okay, motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Strange to move the fee waivers. Any discussion to that? Councilor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I look at these fee waivers, we need to come up with a better system because they seem to be different categories. There's some that are permit fees, some that are labor, and then some that are rental amounts. And we've already exceeded our budget. They're all things that are coming back to the community. They're doing great things for the community. Some are very small, some are larger. I'm just having a challenge with this process because we have one more time it's coming in August. We're already over budget. And I know we've talked about doing something different before, but I just have a challenge with this. And I'm not even going to get into some of the things if we're going to approve them all. They're just very different, and I think we should have different ways of approaching them because it's not necessarily money out of the city's pocket. It might be some labor costs, permit costs. Yes, there can be some labor, but like, for example, the convention sign, it is city property. Why would we charge it? What is the cost of a permit? So, you know, I really think we need to do something different because it just seems like it's a free-for-all. Everybody's asking the city for money, and they're all good causes. And
Well, the other one is some of them are opportunity costs. I mean, Chippewa volunteer firefighters, I mean, you know, using the ball diamonds, you know, I mean, I know it's hard to monetize and quantify some of these, and I just think it's an accounting practice more than anything on a lot of them.
oh, I didn't mean to monetize the value of what they were. I meant to look at what it's actually costing the city. So if it's a rental, could we rent it to somebody else? Or are we losing that opportunity? If it's a permit, how much staff time actually goes into that permit? So for example, with the convention center at 6574, do we really utilize $6,574 worth of labor? That's where I'm getting at, because then our budget won't be up as high and we won't be over budget if they're real costs. That's what I'm trying to get at.
We can go to the assistant Jim of planning here and see if he's got
Our fees are usually, there's fee cost studies and there's usually costs. So when you're renting, you have to remember that just because it's a rental doesn't mean that there's not cleanup, janitorial costs, garbage. When we host a baseball tournament, we have a lot of staff out there doing that. Permit fee for a sign, we have engineers reviewing that, we have our people reviewing that. So that's why there's, I think it was 2 years ago, we did the study that showed what is our cost to process all those things. So those are true costs. And, you know, like, I'll just be blunt. In the 5 years I've been here, council has yet to turn down one of these things, so I don't know what system would be better. We're just being very clear with, we are not obtaining this revenue each year for these things. I'd be happy for the next council term if there was a suggestion, but like I said, at the end of the day, I've not yet to see one of these turned down, so I'm not sure any system would result in anything different.
Okay. Well, maybe we have a brainstorming session on it because it's just, I don't know where to go with it. I don't know what the answer is, but they are different when you're looking at them. And now that we're the third, what is it? So this is the third time, March. No, this is the second time, June. There's one more coming, and we're going to be over budget again. So I don't know. Are we realistic on our budget?
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Maybe we're not realistic on the budgeting part, you know. I've got Councillor Patel, then Dabrowski.
That's okay. Mr. Mayor, I think when we talk about the budget for this fee waiver applications, majority of the chunk went into YWCA's building permit applications, I think.
Yeah.
And that's a one-time occurring cost. So next year it will not be there. And we were all very happy to support that. So that could have been coming from the reserves, but we just wanted to put everything together to see how much we are giving away per year. So I think going over the budget is not an issue for me because, you know, lots of these organizations are doing a great job. And if we can support them in some way, I'm really happy to support them.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Dabrowski?
Yeah, I share the same sentiment. I'm wondering, looking at the expenses, but they're fee waivers, so they're not necessarily hard costs. Could we have a column that says hard costs? So if we're talking about a slow pitch tournament, here's the fee waiver that the organization's looking for. Here's the hard cost or expense to the city. Because the way I look at it, especially the convention center sign, it's a digital sign that has a rolling billboard of events that are taking place in the city. Like there's some potential revenue generation. I mean, we get a kickback from that, if that makes sense. But like, what, for example, that convention center sign, what the $6,500 is just strictly fees, not hard cost?
You know what? I don't know who wants to answer that. The assistant GM.
Yeah, and I can refer, but on any sign, we have to review the plans for that. So there's a plan review for all signs. Okay. So when someone wants to post a sign, it has to go to our building department. They have to review it. There's engineering drawings that we look at. There's usually comments that go back and forth. So that's why the fees are based upon what is the average time does it take to review a sign, and everyone gets charged the same fee. So in all these, a road closure, people say, well, it's just a road closure. But Mr. Nickel will say that he's got staff out there on overtime, putting down the stuff, and then picking the stuff up. I'll put it to you this way. All our fees in the city, at most we can do is collect 100% of our cost back. In most cases, our fees lose. I don't charge enough for hockey. I don't charge enough for a baseball field. I don't charge enough. So when I'm putting a fee there, that's what would have been paid, and I'm probably losing money at that fee to begin with. So when you waive it, you're just losing more money.
But it's hypothetical.
It's an actual cost. Like I get $40,000. Well, actually, this year is higher. I think it was $67,000 from the rental of all our parks and fields. But it cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars to cut the grass and do all that stuff. I would just be cautious to say it's hypothetical. We have staff that go out there and maintain stuff. We have staff that have to review applications. We have staff that have to do that. And when someone who comes in, and like I said, I'd be careful, because when I put a building permit in, there's a review process and someone's paying it. I don't want someone coming and say, well, it's a hypothetical fee. It's not a hypothetical fee. It's a real fee. And it's fine. Like, at the end of the day, this is transparent for what it is. And if you go over budget, that is council's decision to go over budget. In certain cases, we have to transfer this. So for a planning or building fee, I have to take it from my levy and put it into that reserve, because I can't just waive that revenue because the planning and building has to be sustained on its own, so the fee has to go over. When it's something like for the Chippewa Arena, it's right pocket, left pocket. I'm taking it from one reserve and moving it over to rec and culture. But when it's planning and building, it's no different than a water levy. I have to actually put the money over there. Or a DC waiver, I have to take it from levy and put it over to DCs.
Well, I understand that, but again, back to fee waiver for the slow pitch tournament.
Yeah.
There's additional costs to those costs that are absorbed by the city.
That's right, yeah. Like that slow pitch tournament, we put extra staff on, so even that cost is low.
So why don't we show why don't we show the true, I'm not saying it's not the true number, but why don't we show that, it might make it a lot easier to turn down specific. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what the cost is.
Yeah, like on rec and culture, we can put some more to that, but like $1,000 for a tournament. I will chew up far more than that on salaries for that day. I'm not even forgetting about whether I could have rented the field to somebody else or whatever. Okay. I don't want to spend more money to tell you what the actual cost is when I'm not getting any money out of it anyways, to be quite frank.
But we're already over budget, and what you're saying is we're even more over budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, I've got Councillor Newestag and Lococo.
Actually, according to my math, I don't think we're over budget at all, because if we take out the two anomalies, being the Rib Fest, which came to us at that last minute, and really it probably wouldn't look like that, and the Falls Manor, it really shows that we have 17,144 under budget. So, because in normal times those things wouldn't have been there, because the fee waivers are usually all the other ones that are consistent. So really, in actuality, we're not over budget, we're under budget if you took those two anomalies. So I don't think this is a big concern at all.
Thank you. Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a different perspective on that. Maybe take out the YWCA because that was something different, but Ribstock, technically they should have filled one of these out, which was now filled out, so they are part of that process. But I wanted to talk about the Niagara Falls Cultural Development Fund grant. So $70,000 every year is given to the recreation and culture for arts and culture applications. And people have to put in the applications, and it's a lot more than what these applications are. You're putting sort of a business case, where's your money coming from? I know we asked for budgets, but some of them on here didn't even give a budget. And I brought this up before, they're not completing the proper applications with the proper information, and we're giving a lot of money out. I think there needs to be more requirement on their end to fill out the proper paperwork. We're giving a lot of money. So, you know, if you look at the Niagara Falls Cultural Development Fund, there's a whole process that goes, there's a committee that looks at it. I'm not suggesting a committee, but there's a different application process. You're outlining the business plan. It's a more fulsome application. So I just wanted to look at that as well.
Something we can definitely look at. Councillor?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was looking at a couple other municipalities where they kind of do like a no direct staff cost rule, where policies typically state that the city will only waive facility rental or permit fees. Direct costs like staff overtime, setup, tear down, security, or paid officers are completely non-waivable and must be paid by the group. And then they have financial disclosure. Groups are required to submit their recent financial statements or the specific event budget. If an event is heavily sponsored or the group has deep reserves, the waivers scaled back or denied. That's what I was getting. Yeah. So kind of no direct staff, like, you know what I mean? We're not supplying staff for that or cleanup or anything like that. Like if it is, they have to cover it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Agree?
So what do you, yeah, go ahead.
And that's, is that what you're meaning?
That's what I was referring to. I was saying we're listing the fee waiver,
Yeah.
but we're not actually listing the hard cost for the outcome of the cleanup and the staffing.
That should be
and
paid by them.
Yeah, exactly. But we don't see that number. It'd be nice to see both numbers. And then when they're coming to us looking for relief, we can outline we're only responsible for this much and you'd be on the hook for the rest. And they might not come back with the same sort of proposal, or their budget will look a lot different as well. So.
Can we bring something back? Correction staff, bring something back?
Well, why don't you make that part of the motion? So Councillor Pietrangelo made it, and who seconded it, Mr. Clerk?
Mike did.
Oh, Mike did. Okay, well then, why don't you ask the guy next to you if he's willing to add that to it?
Of course.
Okay, great. And are you agreeable to your idea?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, of course. Let's ask Mark.
Here there's the meeting room rental fee for 2026 at Patstone Mental Health, and we do provide them funding from our budget. So how is this different from that?
Say that again?
For Patstone Mental Health, there is the room fee waiver here.
Yes.
And we do give them some amount from our budget when it comes to social services.
Who wants to address that one?
Yeah, so they've asked for a fee. They rent our boardroom, I believe. No, they rent their community room too upstairs, and that was a that was an agreement that they came to council. They wanted to move out of the location downtown to that location, and you know, and they've asked for a reduction in fees for that.
Okay. So will that be occurring every year?
Most likely it will
Maybe
be.
we can add this to our the grant altogether. Would that make sense?
We could if you want to increase that budget, but that budget, if council remembers correctly, that came before council. It was deferred because the social services budget, or whatever you want to call that, has been frozen in time. I'm going to look at Ms. Clark for a decade.
Yep.
At least a decade. So we can bring that back up, frankly, with this motion to look at some other
Yeah, that would
items.
be good. So
Yep.
everything is streamlined, I think. That's.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. Is the motion with the amendment, like I know the motion is to approve the fee waivers, is the amendment to not allow staff costs to be paid by the city? Is that the amendment?
I've taken that we come back and look at a new policy in the new year. So I said we would bring that through the next budget process with looking at Councillor Strange's concept of that salary cost or hard costs are not waived, that rental costs are eligible for waiver. So an event would have to pay for staff cost for an event, but that would be for the next council to decide as part of their budget process.
Okay, so just so I understand, like Women's Place comes down, we give them the Gale Center every year. They have their book riot. There's a rental fee for the ice, but I'm sure that rental fee would include staffing costs.
Yeah.
Would the thought be that they would have to pay the staffing costs?
I don't know. I'd go back and take a look at how some of these other municipalities are doing that and come back with a recommendation of budget.
Okay.
So
Because I just
don't
think
know.
that, I mean, if it's a nonprofit, I would like the city to, somewhat help them out anyway.
Yeah, and I would say that we're very deliberate in the wording that we put on these motions, that we give council the choice to deny, to do in part, or to accept. And I would say that council is 0 for 5 years on choosing door A or B. It's always been door C.
All right. Thanks very much, Monty Hall.
Okay, so we've got a motion, seconded. Let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, where are we now? We're on 9.4? Or 3, no, 4. Yeah, 9.4, right? Yes. Okay, so 9.4, schedule a user fee update for vow renewal ceremonies. Councilor Dabrowski?
Yeah, looking at the 4 options, I'd like to see us at least align with current market trends and offer our residents a discount. So if I had to weigh the 4 options, I'd like to put a motion forward to move option 2.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Second, Councillor Strange. Discussion to the motion. Councillor Lococo. And then you stay.
Sorry, I wanted to approve the recommendations that were there with option 1. I felt.
Well, there's already a motion on.
I know, that's my discussion. That's what I'm saying. That's what I wanted to approve, so I won't approve option 2.
Okay.
I liked option 1.
Okay. Councillor Newstead.
And I agree. I was looking at option 1 as well, because in the report, when we look at, it says basically this is a market that is very highly price sensitive. When we increase the fees for regular ceremonies, our volume has decreased by 50%. So I think that's telling us in itself that if we're going to offer this service, and we've got to offer it to the obviously price sensitive, that's the market that's looking at this.
Any other discussion to the motion? Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, so that passes 4-3. Next is 9. I could go up that, because I have 10 fingers, I can do that. What, okay, wait a minute, 9.5 we've already deferred. Okay, 9.6, 2026-27 Insurance Renewal Program. Moved by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Newstead? Yes, but you have a comment, yep.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Pignardi, it said in the report that it covers directors. So the BIAs, have directors' insurance. Are they covered under the city's insurance policy?
Through the chair, I have our risk manager, Ms. McQuay, here, and she can answer questions.
Sorry, I didn't see her.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, the BIA is covered under the city's policy.
So we've been paying directors' insurance. You don't need to do this.
Director's insurance is different. You do have to have that coverage separately.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so we can call the vote. All those in favor? That's approved. Thank you very much. 9.7, Service Utility Agreement with Ontario Utility Locates. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Patel. Councillor Lococo.
Quick question, resident asked, what is it says partial acquisition by Holdco, what is the percentage that is owned?
We'll go to our Assistant GM of Planning.
Yeah, we owe 33% of the corporation.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous, thank you. 9.8, McLeod Road reconstruction. The recommendation that we approve the budget amendment. Motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Newestag. Yes, Councilor Patel? Quick. Start the
Through you,
timer.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a question for Eric. I'm sorry, Mr. Nickel. That is this being proactive because because the road construction is happening and we are changing the water main? Is that being proactive?
Yeah, through the mayor, it would be proactive. There are active developments on all edges of this development. We are now a little bit further along in the development planning, so we know the size and type and location that we can include in the upcoming contract to go out this year.
So because the McLeod Road is being reconstructed, is it going to be a little cheaper for us because it's already happening?
Yeah, through the mayor, it will be more cost effective and it will limit disruptions if we were, the alternative is this is done by a developer at a later date or by the city at a later date, and it's going to disrupt the sidewalks, the road, the curb, and everything else.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, do we have the motion? I can't remember now. Yes? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. 9.9, PBD 2026-28, Bill 119, Protecting Ontario Streets and Communities Act. Two recommendations. Yes, Councilor Lococo, are you moving it?
I'll move it, and I had one question.
Okay, let me just get a seconder. Councilor Patel, second. Okay.
I guess this is a general question for AMPS. So if we are going to fine them through AMPS, do we give them notice to say, hey, you're doing something wrong, stop it, and then fine them? Or do we just fine them? Because a resident got in touch with me the other day and said that they're not getting parking tickets anymore. They're getting AMPS sent to them in the mail, and they didn't even know they had a parking ticket. So the parking is going through AMPS now too. Is that correct?
So we can go to Mr. Gallagher and
Yes,
get some
thank you.
insight into that for that report.
I don't believe that to
9.9.
be true. I believe that they are being enforced through the parking measures and receiving a ticket for it. But I can look into it a little bit further and confirm for you.
Okay, thank you. And for this, for all of AMPS, do we give them a notice first and then the AMPS outside of parking?
Through the mayor, traditionally, we will go ahead and we will give them notice to make them aware that they are not complying with the bylaw, and then we will go ahead and enforce it unless it's a repeat offender. And then we will go immediately to the AMPS program.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those in favor? Yes, that's unanimous. Thank you. We go to consent agenda. Okay, before we do that, does anyone want anything lifted before we do that? No? Okay, motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Patel, that we move the consent agenda. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. And then we go to communications and comments of the city clerk. There's a recommendation that council approve and support 11.1 through 11.5. Do we have a motion for that? Councilor Baldinelli, seconded by Councilor Patel. All those in favor? That's approved. Let me just quickly read what they are. Flag raising request for National Addiction Week, November 19th. Proclamation request World Hepatitis Day, July 28th. Proclamation request National Coaches Week, September 14th through 20th. Flag raising request Independence Day of India, August 15th. And proclamation flag raising for Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. That'll be for September. Now we go to communications comments of the city clerk. Recommendation that we receive 12.1 through 12.6. What do we want to lift first? Anyone want anything lifted? Yes, Councilor Coco.
12.5, please.
Okay, 12.5. Okay, correspondence from the Recreation Committee, presence at city events.
I think this lends to some of the discussion we had earlier about the accessibility committee having an internal accessibility committee, what Shania brought about the green team, what Councillor Patel talked about, that the committee should be working together. So when I saw that, I thought, we should be working together. We're all working in silos and we're working on some similar projects. So maybe we can do not just the Recreation Committee be part of things, but maybe look at opportunities for all committees to come together at different times. Maybe not all the time, but with some of the same events.
Yeah, and to me, it makes sense to have a booth. You're trying to recruit at community events, the community.
Yeah, and the accessibility committee is having a booth at the Canada Day, so there was a whole process of what they had to do to get there, so maybe we can streamline the process, offer it to all committees that people can go. So I'd like to pull that one and maybe refer that to staff for some ideas about how committees can integrate and have other opportunities.
Ms. Moldenhauer's got her hand up. Yes?
Yes. Thank you, and through the mayor. The committees are always welcome at any event, and we do encourage committee members to attend and volunteer as well. So I would say it's an open door right now. We're willing to engage with any committee, so that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so are you going to make that referral motion? Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli, that we refer 12.5 to staff for further input, feedback. And then now, is there a motion for the remainder of the correspondence? Yes, Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. Then that'll be 12.1 through 12.6. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And we now go to ratification of in-camera. Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Council did meet earlier today after passing a resolution to go in camera. Out of that for ratification is that Council direct that the city enter into a lease with the Willoughby Volunteer Fire Department for a portion of the lands and building known as 1120 Sodom Road with various terms and conditions, including annual rent in the amount of $32,343 plus HST, and that council authorized the mayor and clerk to execute that lease agreement.
Okay, a motion for, so we need motion for ratification. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Patel. If there's no discussion, all those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Then we've got motions for consideration. So Councillor Patel, you have one there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion for consideration is enhanced washroom facility at Chippewa Boat Ramp and Nesbitt Parkett. Whereas the Chippewa Boat Ramp and Nesbitt Parkett are among the city's most heavily used waterfront recreation areas, serving residents and visitors for boating, fishing, kayaking, picnicking, recreation, and community gatherings, and whereas residents have raised concerns regarding the availability, accessibility, and suitability of washroom facilities at the site. Now, therefore, be it resolved that council directs staff to investigate option for enhanced washroom facilities at Chippewa Boat Ramp and Nisbet Parkett, including permanent, modular, self-contained, and any other innovative washroom solutions, and be further resolved that staff report back to council with options, cost, and recommendations on the most appropriate and cost-effective washroom solution for the site. As I mentioned before, when I was there, I got a few complaints during the long weekend. After that, I have heard from lots more people. And I know a couple of weeks ago when we were at the trade show, we saw some very inexpensive options for the washrooms for the parks. So, and I know Ms. Dolch knows about some options too. So I will just leave it to the staff to come up with a report and recommendation to see what we can do.
Okay.
And I will have to get seconder.
Yeah, we've got Councillor Dabrowski has agreed to second that. Yes. Let me just do something here. Give me half a second. Okay. I don't know. Something's going on with my computer. Give me half a second. I can't close that out. Okay. So we've got the motion seconded. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And now, is there any new business, first of all? Of course, we got Councillor Patel, Councillor Lococo.
It's just something brought to my attention was our city doesn't have a rain barrel program. I'm not sure if we ever had them before.
Yeah, we have.
We do?
Yeah, we used to, yeah.
Oh, I know. Somebody contacted me and says, St. Catharines has a rain barrel program. We do not. So.
They copied us. Yeah,
they did?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We used to have it, yes.
We used to. So do we still have it, though?
No, I think probably Mr. Necko can speak to it. We just didn't have a lot of uptake on it.
Okay, because that was the contact I got for the St. Catharines has, and we do not have. So I just want to, that's why I want to bring it to new business to see what we're doing.
It was still a cost, and people just
Yeah.
didn't want to pay for them.
Okay. No, maybe you can.
Yeah, I can provide some context to Councillor. At a point in the past, the rain barrels were a bit more of a new product, and people were looking to implement them to help offset the cost of watering and water metering is obviously driving up those costs. We did reach, and most cities reached what I'll call a saturation point, where everybody who wanted a rain barrel for low cost kind of got one, and then they were going on Marketplace and things, and they were being sold at our expense. So what some municipalities have done is partnered with third-party delivery agents like rainbarrel.ca, and they'll bring the program to you, and all you need to do is host it at a city facility. And that's an option. Some municipalities will provide a subsidy if you submit a receipt. Those are some of the various options. At this point, though, I wouldn't be recommending paying any city dollars to offset those costs unless it's in an area where we have combined sewers and we know that we can illegally disconnect an illegally connected downspout. So, I'm open to taking a report back if that's something that council wants to pass a motion on, but at this point, I don't see the calls coming in my office for people who are really eager about rain barrels.
Thank you, Ms. Nickel. I just want to say maybe if we can have maybe option when we are doing the tree giveaway next time. It's not just we don't want to spend money to give it to people, but when you say rainbarrel.ca, maybe have them come there if people want to buy it there, because we already do giving away the trees and it is environmental friendly, so why not maybe have them come in just the same time and have a counter or table there to them.
You can refer it to Jeff Karashi and then he can bring it forward.
Okay, perfect. Maybe I can help Nick, Eric, or maybe Kathy can take care of it, I guess.
We'll take care.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pietrangelo uses his for a cold plunge. Yeah, that's what he uses it for, yeah.
For his one leg?
Huh?
For his one leg.
Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Lococo.
Just one quick thing. Today was the deadline for the RFP for the Ferris wheel. I know that the Let's Talk page went up, so our residents are giving input. I've seen lots of comments on Facebook as well, and I've had some messages. Have we heard anything more about the
Not
Ferris
today.
wheel?
We've been in council, so I haven't heard anything. If there was any.
Yesterday, was there anything that?
I haven't, honestly, we haven't gotten any updates. They typically wouldn't until it closes.
Okay.
And then.
Well, sometimes he pulls his ideas back, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah, so I haven't heard anything. I don't know. I have no updates.
Okay, well, I hope that being today was the RFP deadline, that all of the comments coming in on July 9th are not going to be for nothing. I hope that today is not the strong deadline. I hope that there's still time to have some input.
Yeah, so, and again, that's parks. So,
I know,
yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But it's our residents, and they're really relying on us to say something.
Yeah, and I haven't heard anyone speak in favor of it, so, anybody, well, one person. Yes, Councillor Baldinelli.
Just looking for an update for next meeting on mat tax. Since we started, the city actually received anything, like an update on the STAR system and what we currently have. Oops, sorry, Mona.
Would you say the STAR? Oh, the STAR, yeah.
The STAR system and what's going on. And, geez, now I spilled the water. I forget what I was going to say next.
Did you just spill the water all over Councillor Patel?
I do that often. Usually it's wine. Well, that'll be it for now.
Sorry about that, Councillor Patel. Yeah, no, you did. Any other new business? Okay, looking for a motion for adjournment. Councillor Newestag, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Oh, oh my God. Wow. My apologies. You threw me off, yes. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. Seconded by...
I'll second it, but 060 has to come off. That's the Integrity Commissioner report bylaw, and we didn't...
Yep, yes, absolutely. Second by Councillor Lococo, with obviously the removal of the Integrity Commissioner bylaw. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. And now motion for adjournment. Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.